up into the account. I gotta log in real quick with the Unapologetic account. And we are live now on YouTube as well. It should be connecting right now. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, we're live on everything, guys.
Great.
For those wondering where Ian is on his way in. He's going to be with us just momentarily. He was out partying it up, getting crunk last night.
Too hard. Crunk? What are you, 50?
He's got to recover. Oh boy. He'll be with us in just a minute. All right, Blitz, I'm going to request up on TikTok with the Unapologetic live show account. And when you request up, I'll pop you in as well. All right, got it.
Great, we're good to go.
Hold on, let me turn my microphone off. There we go. Don't want the double echo. All right, bada bing, bada boom. There is a little bit of an echo, weirdly enough. Where is that coming from?
There shouldn't be.
Do you hear it or just me?
I'm only hearing you. I'm not
and
listening on you.
We lost your audio. Hold on. Hold on.
No. We lost my audio.
We lost your audio, Dr. Blitz. Okay, try it now.
Trying it now.
You went mute. No, what happened?
I'm here.
Shit. Of course. 1 second. Right, try it now.
Testing 1, 2,
No,
3.
you're muted. We can't hear anything you're saying.
But it looks like it's
your audio is
on,
popping. What's going on here?
Yeah. Am I quiet? Did that fix it?
Now it's really quiet.
Okay, so it's a volume issue because I just turned up my volume.
Right, hold on a second. Something went wrong when I started the TikTok stream. Give me 1 second. 1 second, guys. We got an issue here. I got to end the TikTok stream, guys. All right, let's see if that fixes it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. For some reason, when I went live on TikTok, it ruined all of the audio. It's really weird.
That is weird.
Let me make sure there's not something funny going on here. Okay, my microphone is working appropriately. I think it should be good now. All right, we'll try it. We'll get her going live.
Testing.
See if this is better.
All right, people out a link on. Go ahead.
I think we're good to go now. I don't know what was going on with the TikTok stream. It just ruined a bunch of audio stuff, but we're good to go now.
Great. Hopefully it'll be okay. Let me try on TikTok again. Okay, I'll turn down my volume. Can you still hear me all right?
It did it again just now.
On YouTube? Is it just a TikTok thing?
When you requested up on TikTok, it ruined the audio. Hold on.
I will just leave TikTok.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Something's wrong with our TikTok
I just
stream,
won't
guys.
That's fine. It's fine. I just won't be on TikTok. It's fine.
I gotta kill it.
It's fine. I'll just be in the comments.
I don't know why it's doing that.
It's okay.
1 second.
No. Just leave me out of the TikTok stream. I'll just be in the comments.
What a horrible piece of software.
I know, right?
All right. Well, I just turned off the TikTok stream. And your audio is still dead, Dr. Blitz.
It is? Really?
Yeah, it didn't.
What?
It's not fixed right now. Hold on.
How about now?
Can anyone hear him? Because I can't hear a word anyone's saying. Yeah, I can't hear you. This is great. I love technology. Yay, technology.
Okay, so you can hear me because
when it
I
doesn't
can hear
work. It's
myself
my
on
favorite
YouTube.
thing.
I can hear
It's
myself
the best
on YouTube.
thing ever. All right, 1 second. I found the problem. Sorry.
What's the problem?
I found the problem. It was my phone. My phone was trying, when I started up and joined the TikTok live stream, my phone was automatically stealing my headphones, which are currently attached to my computer.
That'll do it.
Yeah. So everything was going quiet. Like, what the fuck's going on? Of course. That's what I get for trying to use wireless technology. Okay, well, we're going to restart the stream. We don't have Ian in here yet, but we do have a guest already waiting to come in. So should we grab the guest?
Sure, why not?
All right, welcome in, Mike. How you doing?
Restarting the TikTok stream, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, how's it going?
Really good. Mike, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I'm over 18. I'm an atheist. We actually talked the other night on your stream.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome in. What's on your mind?
So I was wondering if you, I just kind of wanted to talk about I've seen kind of presuppositional apologetics take over.
Mike, sorry I had to mute you.
You hearing that?
Yeah, I heard it too. Mike, listen, your connection is really, really bad, and it sounds like there's a bullfrog in your connection. Is there a chance that you can...
I was going to say it sounded like dude swallowed a frog.
I say, is there a chance you can get some Wi-Fi or get a better connection?
Yeah, I'll figure out what's going on. Come back.
All right, thank you.
I'll figure out what's gonna happen next. Like that was crazy.
I've heard that before. When people don't have good reception, just is part of the system. All right, the TikTok stream is open and it's actually working this time. If you want to guest up, Blitz.
All right. Let's see. Why don't you just kill it again?
Don't say it. Not gonna happen.
What time is it for me? It's 3:30 in the afternoon. I did send a request, by the way.
Right, yeah, I'm just getting you pulled in here. All right, we got you in here. Everything's set up and ready to go. Sorry about the delay on that, guys.
You can hear me still?
Yeah, I think we're good.
8 minutes. That's a great startup time so far. We haven't figured out. We haven't gotten everything set up. Usually, it's like 20 minutes of getting things, working. So, something gift horse, something mouth.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, my current setup's been working for us, and I've been using it on my personal stream as well. The only thing that was different today was the Bluetooth headphones. I didn't realize they were also connected to my phone. I don't know why. I thought I had my Bluetooth turned off. But we're here now, guys.
We are. So, by the way, next week I will not be here. I will be 6 hours behind. I will be 6 hours behind you, and 35,000 feet in the air.
Oh damn! Where are you traveling to?
Yeah, I'm going to New Zealand.
Oh hell yeah!
Which is, quite a... technically, I'll be 18 hours ahead of you.
Okay.
Which is the same as 6 hours behind, just on the next day.
That should be fun. Are you going for business or pleasure?
Business.
Okay.
It's just a weird way. Like, I understand that that's the phrase, that's the way that people refer to it, but it's just so weird.
I get that. Yeah. There's certain words that when you hear them, they almost have a particular connotation. Like you can't say the word moist publicly, typically.
Oh, no, you absolutely cannot. It's absolutely forbidden. And there are, can't say the word raw anymore either.
Yeah, you got to be careful with raw.
That's a new one, too. It's
Hey, your son's here.
Real careful. Ah, my child.
Yeah, Athene's in the chat. Good to see you, Athene. All right, guys, if you're watching on TikTok or on YouTube, the guest box is open. As per usual, the link to join is on the screen. It's tinyurl.com/UA guest, and we'll pull you right into the conversation. You don't have to be on TikTok to join. In fact, you can't be on TikTok to join. We need you to put the link into your browser or your phone or whatever device you have that you're going to guest up with, your tablet.
It's forbidden.
Are tablets still a thing? People still use that?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Yeah. I guess if you're really into ebooks, you would want a tablet. But phones are big enough now that, like, they've blurred the line between too big and too small. A lot of what people wanted a tablet for, I think you can do on your phone.
Yeah, phones got bigger, tablets got smaller, so there's just not a lot of lot of overlap now.
Yeah. Marilyn, Marduk, welcome in. Good to see you guys. I want to know about Marilyn's god powers.
That's a new one.
And we've got a friend of the channel, multiple channels, that believes that she's a god and we're gods and everybody's a god. But we haven't really been able to...
Oh, okay, I get that. Yeah, I know the type.
And she's perfectly nice. I mean, she plays nice with everybody. But it's some interesting viewpoints. Farley is asking, can we prove God isn't real? Well, tell us who your God is. We'll let you know.
One?
Yeah.
If you're talking about Zeus on top of Mount Olympus, you kind of can. You just go there, right?
Yeah.
Although maybe he's invisible.
Oh,
or maybe he's just in the toilet or something when you're checking.
That's right.
And so he just wasn't there. Could be.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. He's out somewhere in the universe hanging out with Russell's teapot and Spanky and the magic unicorns.
And there might be like, didn't he spend a night with a goose or something? Wasn't that a thing? So he might be out doing that.
I do need to get more familiar with some of the Greek lore. There's some interesting stories in there. Clearly written by men.
Just good storytelling.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously, specifically by like males, right? Yeah. like definitely no women were involved in writing these stories.
No, I think a woman would have stopped short of writing about a god that comes down and forcibly penetrates a woman.
Although, actually, the story about Artemis, the various stories about Artemis, just like, hanging out with her other like nymphs or whatever, or like Vestal virgins or whatever, and then just casually like unaliving and like with a bow and arrow, just like random male onlookers, that might have been written by a woman. That's possible.
Ah, that is legit. There was a story about Inanna, also known as Ishtar, where she was basically crossed over by a lover. And she went on a murderous rampage and killed so many people that she was wading up to her knees in blood all over.
Let's go.
A failed relationship.
Look, sometimes you have a bad breakup and you gotta go slaughter millions, right? It's just a normal thing. It's totally normal.
Yeah. By standards. Yeah.
Yeah, totally expected. Not unusual. Not making a mountain out of a molehill. Right. None of that.
Definitely not. Ashley in the comments is saying that Ishtar is where we get Easter from, and I hate to disappoint you, Ashley, but that's not anywhere close to accurate. Ishtar's festival was in the fall. It was during the harvest. Just because two words sound alike doesn't mean that they're actually related, but I understand why you would think that.
Yeah, that's one that I've heard before too. That this is like one of those kind of folk etymologies that just isn't true.
Yep.
There's got to be other good examples of this though.
Yeah.
Oh no, here's a great one. Anti-Semitism means against Semites. That's another good example.
Yeah,
Has nothing to do with that actually.
I think that's what most people believe, though.
Well, yeah, that's true. People tend to believe things just because people believe it doesn't make it true.
Right. So I thought Mike was going to come back and talk to us, but he seemed to have disappeared.
Sometimes people just do that. Like you're talking with them and then they vanish into the nothingness, right?
Right. Yeah. We do get a super chat from Displaced Gamer. Welcome in, buddy. Good to see you. Says, good show. I still think there's no logic issue with something out of nothing. When there are no limits, aka nothing, then all things are possible. I understand like the logic that you're laying down. Like I get what you're saying. I just don't agree with it. Because to say that all things are possible assumes that there is something that is not nothing. Like all things being possible would require a something to be all things. Like even a possibility is something. Like if
this is why I have issues with the notion of nothing whatsoever. Like I don't. Hey, look, it's Eon the Famous. Nice beanie. I get it. It's a beanie. I get it.
Sorry, when I said I'd be here soon, I meant like Jesus time soon.
So like in 3 days?
In like 2,000 years, yeah.
Okay.
That sounds about right. But
none of you, or some of you may not die before Ian shows up.
Oh boy. Well, it's good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you too. Hope you're doing well.
Displays, thank you for the super chat. We'll have to dialogue on this one a little bit.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
I'm going to say we've got somebody in the guest box for TikTok. So sure winner. We're not taking guests over TikTok. We're taking guests with the link on the screen over here. Just go to that location. It is a third-party link, and you can join the conversation. And you can, tell us how wrong we are and whatnot.
Yeah.
By the way, just so people know, I realize that there is a green screen behind me. I also realize that you can see the green screen rather than whatever background. It's because the green screen doesn't really work very well, so it's just a curtain. So you don't see my kitchen.
Yeah, you gotta invest in like a set, Blitz.
What am I supposed to do? Just like I have one room. I have one room. It's just a big square. It has my kitchen, my living room, where I eat, and my computer. What am I supposed to do?
You gotta get like a blackboard.
Blocking?
You get like a blackboard and write like gibberish on it.
But I'm like moving in like 3 months, so like I don't know. It's probably not worth it.
I tried to buy like a taxidermy butterfly to put in my background, but
that's excessive.
It got shredded. So for the glass shattered in transit, and then like these like shards of glass, like absolutely shredded the poor butterfly. So I just got like a bunch of butterfly parts and like glass shards when I opened the box.
Some assembly
awful.
required.
It was terrible.
Also, that's really on brand. A taxidermy, like that's like some like pseudo Darwin shit. That's like
that's what I'm going for.
Yes, look at all of the science.
Yeah, look at all the books. Look at all these books.
They're probably empty on the inside.
Don't look too closely at the spine of any of these books.
They're actually just glued together. It's like a faux background.
Yeah, it was cheaper to make it out of like styrofoam. Yeah.
Absolutely, definitely not real books.
Sure Winner says that our third-party link looks like a spam website. It is not Sure Winner. Click the link, type in your name, and you'll be in line to talk to the guests. It's not a spam link. We use it every week.
Also, I mean, like, what is this, 2005, where if you think you go to a website, your computer will crash? Like, your phone is sandboxed anyway. Punch it into your phone, you'll be fine.
Yeah, the new exploits we've developed here over at the Unapologetic Live.
Yeah, right? Like, we're here to steal your money. Look, we're not a megachurch. We don't steal people's money.
True.
We do have a super chat from Omar coming in. Omar, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W for that. And it says, hey, the Unholy Trinity, hope all of you are well. I had a I just had a quick question on how to refute Daniel 7 as a prophecy. Also, Justin, I don't know, this is Jezebel Baby Daddy from your community. For whatever reason, TikTok took away my sub. No worries, Omar. I think the subs expire, but what specifically in Daniel 7 are you having trouble with? Because Daniel 7 just didn't get fulfilled, right? So this is the prophecy of the one like the Son of Man that receives all the kingdoms of the world. And really all you got to do to debunk it is just kind of read it. So let me...
That's how it usually goes, right?
Yeah. Pretty simple, right? So if you go to Daniel chapter 7, it talks about, first of all, how the king of Greece is going to be defeated. So that's actually your setting, right? It says there were eyes like human eyes in its horn and a mouth speaking arrogantly. Well, the king speaking arrogantly throughout the book of Daniel is Antiochus Epiphanes. So you know who that is. But when he gets defeated, it says, I saw one like a human being coming with the clouds of heaven, and he came to the Ancient One and was presented before him. To him was given dominion and glory and kingship, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that shall not pass away, and his kingship is one that shall never be destroyed, which obviously didn't come true, since there's no king, there's no kingdom, not all nations have come to serve Jesus Christ. So on and so forth. The best that Christians can do with Daniel 7 is say, well, the thing that Jesus did sounds similar. That's not really the same thing. It didn't say that he's going to have a spiritual kingdom. It didn't say that he's going to have a spiritual kingship. It didn't say any of that. It says he's going to be an actual king. He's going to have an actual dominion. And Jesus didn't have none of that. Hope that helps.
Imagine imagine like you're applying to work for some company or whatever, and they're like, oh, do you have experience? And you're like, I have spiritual experience. Like, what? No, it doesn't work.
I have a spiritual engineering degree.
I went to Liberty University. No, that's not me.
I think my favorite thing about these prophecies is that very often what I've run into, when I ask, like, oh, and has Jesus done this? They're like, well, no, but he's going to do it. And it's like,
he will. So the prophecy hasn't been fulfilled, eh?
Oh, it sounds like another unfulfilled prophecy. That's not an argument for God's existence. That's an argument for his non-existence. Another unfulfilled prophecy.
So is it true that the religion with the fewest unfulfilled prophecies is the religion most likely to be true?
It's a good question.
I think the one with the most unfulfilled prophecies is certainly certainly has low credence from my standing.
But if it has, let's say that you have a religion with no prophecies, is it more likely to be true than a religion with many prophecies, most or all of which have not come true?
I think probably, yeah. Yeah, because the religion with all these prophecies that haven't come true has this like albatross around its neck for its entire existence.
You having a 9th grade reading level.
Look at it's all the books behind me. Look at all the books. I can read, I'm literate.
So we got Mike back with us, and Bro Dude Man, thank you for the $5 super chat. Big W says, I am the god of toots, and I believe you. If you say you're the god of toots, I'll accept that. I
believe a toot is an instrument from somewhere in the Middle East, actually.
I believe that. Yeah. Mike, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome back in.
Thank you. I think I got everything fixed here.
It's
great. You
still,
sound good.
It's better, but it's not perfect. But go ahead.
Yeah. So my question was just I wanted to hear y'all's thoughts on. Still not working, is it?
No.
Is that do you have like a trombone over there?
Look, we can understand you. It's just really funny.
All right, Truth Teller, I know you keep requesting in the TikTok queue. We are not taking guests on TikTok. You have to go to the link on the screen. We'd love to talk to you, however, but we can't take guests on TikTok because we're using a multi-streaming platform and it doesn't actually pull in the guests from TikTok into our multi-stream.
By the way, if you do want to join Truth Teller, what you have to do is go to your browser, type in your little browser on your phone or on your computer or whatever, type in tinyurl.com/UAguest, as in the letter U, the letter A, and then the word guest spelled in the normal way. That's what you have to do. Anything else, we're not going to talk to you. It doesn't matter if you call my cell phone personally. I'll just hang up. I'll tell you to call tinyurl.com/UAguest. That's dangerous, my friend. It's not dangerous. It's fine. It's what? You think we're going to steal? Your phone is sandboxed.
Wait, okay, do you know how hard it is to hack a phone? Like,
It's so
It's
hard.
like very difficult,
Yeah.
right? Like your phone is very good at protecting against hacks. Plus, we don't want to hack you. We want to debate God with you. What the fuck?
Could you?
Funny story. So yesterday, is today Sunday? 2 days ago, some guy was kind of running like some sort of precept on me.
Nice.
And then when I said, oh, well, and some sort of necessary beginning and all of this lovely stuff, and I said, oh, well, what if the universe has always existed? And he's like, oh, you're philosophically biased. Then we continue the conversation. It turns out he's a flat earther because of the Bible. And I'm like, bro, philosophically biased? And you're a flat, like,
That's
it was
insane.
So funny. It was
that's
wild.
Yeah, if your necessary foundation for truth, logic, morality, intelligibility, and all the other ones lead you to the belief that the earth is flat, then I think you've taken a wrong turn somewhere.
Probably. Just a little baby one. We have, Truth Teller's here.
Oh, welcome in. Let me grab Truth Teller. Welcome in, Truth Teller. How you doing?
I thought the bitch was white! God damn it!
That's nice.
He was spamming the chat for that?
That was wild. And do you have anything? And they're gone. That was it. They came and they spammed the chat. Played a bad video clip.
That was disappointing.
I
I'm sure that he's heard that a lot
I
before. though.
spammed. I disappointed.
There you go.
I think my biggest red flag. This is like just good life advice, I guess. Whenever someone makes like truth their aesthetic, whenever they like claim when they have like
Right.
truth in their username, when they someone in college approached me and asked if I wanted to join the Truth Club. Run as far and as fast as you can. People who are interested in the truth don't need to tell you that they're interested in the truth.
In fact, it's probably good advice, and you'll probably be right more often than you're not if you just believe whatever they don't believe.
True.
Ian, now I have to believe the opposite.
Yeah.
I've been had.
No, the person from the Truth Club who approached me on my college campus when I was like a senior in college, I like inquired as to what it was like the truth about, and he just started spouting like a bunch of conspiracy theories. It was great.
So like steel beams can't met jet fuel or something like that.
It was like the wacky like spiritual ones.
Oh, like those just make me sad.
Duncan is saying in the TikTok stream, how do I become a guest? I'm somewhat well informed, but even better yet, I'm hilarious. And Duncan, I doubt that you're informed because you didn't have enough common sense to read the screen where it gives you the link to join as a guest. So
Oh no.
your first claim is already not good.
Don't be mean to him, then he won't come up.
You got
You have to be mean to him after he shows up.
You're not supposed to start out with a brag when the brag is demonstrably untrue.
Well, to be fair, he did say somewhat well informed.
True, fair enough.
Maybe this is just out. Perhaps this is just outside of his realm of information.
Yeah. All right, let me grab our guest on. We've got Sly Kami coming through. How you doing, Sly?
We don't take reds here.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say I'm a big supporter, and I love you
Hell
guys.
yeah.
Hey,
very
thanks
much.
so much, man. Good to hear
We
from you.
appreciate you.
Can I have a question though?
Sure.
I'm an atheist as well, kind of an ardent atheist. I stand on the back of men like Hitchens, Dennett, Hawkins, even David Hume. I love David Hume, but I wanted to know, what do you guys think about like Satanists who are really atheist? Like, I feel like they propagate the Christian faith. Like they have this, it's like a form of like edgy atheism. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
It's
Yeah,
just
Have
a
you guys
protest.
encountered
That's all
this
it is.
at all?
Yeah. I
So-
actually kind of like it.
I mean,
I'm
I
not
know.
sure how to feel about it, but go for it, Justin. Yeah.
Let's say I know quite a few Satanists, and my understanding is that they don't believe Satan is real. It's more or less kind of a method for mocking Christianity than anything else. If Satanists actually did believe that Satan is real, then I might agree with you. I'm like, well, listen, if you believe in Satan, that means you must believe in the other mythology related to Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so I see it as a far like, so I think that they're making a statement more about more of a political statement than a religious statement. Namely, they ascribe to some religion called Satanism because atheism might not be considered a religion, so that they can ensure that Christian objects or Christian things are not put in place in courthouses or whatever, because they say, well, if you allow the 10 commandments, then you have to allow the 7 precepts or whatever it's called. And then I can guarantee you no Christian that wants to put the 10 commandments in a school classroom also wants to have a statue of Baphomet in there as well. And they'd be legally obligated to, right? So they're just like, we'd rather not have either.
Yeah. For me, I think it comes down to pragmatics that, I mean, on face, I think it's like maybe just like a twinge cringe, but it's fine if it's like
he was leaving.
if it's like pragmatically good, if it does like good pragmatic things, and we all recognize that it's like not that we don't actually believe in Satan, and you do like the legal things that Blitz is describing, then I actually think that that's fantastic. That's phenomenal, even to be doing that. And challenging people in that way. But I do think that it like confuses Christians when you identify yourself as a Satanist. But it's just like the trade-off of it. It like depends on what your goals are.
I actually think confusing Christians is a good thing.
I don't know, because then
not
you get
hard.
like a lot of people who are like, you believe in Satan, don't you? And you have to explain like, no, Satan is equally fictional. And that's probably like 10 to 20 to 30 times more true if you literally self-identify as a Satanist.
Yeah.
All right, well, we have another guest, Old Mert.
Yep. Let me grab Mert. And also, thank you for the super chat 321 Biter. It's good to hear from you today. Says is it true that on the cross Jesus says, I can see your house from here? That is fact.
Now you can see Putin's house.
That's in the director's cut. That wasn't in the actual Mel Gibson movie.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was gonna say Mel Gibson.
Welcome, Old
That came
Merle.
out around when did the Passion come out? Was that like 2003?
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's probably been out for dang near 20 years.
It was 2004. So this was when this was when Kerry was running it. Okay, so because the whole I can see Russia from my house was, I guess, 2008, right? Anyway, we have Old Mert.
Mert, can you hear us? I'm assuming you can hear us. We can't hear you, by the way. And your volume bar isn't moving. Just a heads up there.
Seems like we may have selected the wrong audio input option.
His current microphone is set to his iPhone microphone. So give him a second.
It should be working then, right?
Could be.
In theory.
Or he doesn't know he's up here. Doesn't realize he's
Do you
live.
guys remember that website? Do you guys remember that website Stumble Upon?
Oh yeah.
This may be before your time, Ian. But so it was a website where you just click on it and it just sends you to a random website.
I see him. I see Old Mert.
Oh,
Old Mert, are you playing hide and go
Old
seek?
Mert,
What's happening over
I
here?
see you. He's talking.
Mert, are you with us? He's waving.
He can hear us. He says, "I'm talking."
Oh,
I
Mert,
can hear you. Wow, I'm really good at lip syncing.
I
Or,
can't
lip
even
reading.
see him.
I can't even see him
okay.
either.
Wait, you guys can't see him? He's on the Video Ninja.
It's mostly
can't
black.
See him. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Do you guys have your screen like mega dark?
No.
Your
Not
contrast
really.
turned down?
No.
Okay, Old Mert. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to leave and then rejoin, and we'll bring you back up, okay?
Yep, come on through. And if that don't work, we got to move on to the next guest. We've got ALD waiting to come in. Guys, if you're watching on TikTok, there's a link on the screen to join. If you're watching on YouTube, it's the link on the same damn screen to join. So you can also just click the link in the description of the video if you want to not have to type it in.
Old Mert's back.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Mert.
Awesome.
Hey.
I would actually prefer to not show my face. I just did it
That's
so you
fine.
could lip sync. I actually figured there was some sort of technical error. I was like, let me see if they could just lip sync.
Yeah.
So I was just attracted when I was scrolling on my feed at the absolutist statement that there is no God. I sort of have a problem when both like Christians and atheists alike make like absolute statements regarding like the underpinning of reality. Like, I think trying to know whether or not there absolutely is or isn't a God is like a monkey trying to understand what like Wi-Fi is. It's just like outside of our scope as humans.
What if I told you a monkey could understand Wi-Fi?
Like it could understand because then it would have to understand the premise of an internet, and it would then have to understand the premise of a router and a modem. So
No, you have your order of events wrong, right? So the internet is like the emergent thing that comes from like a huge collection of Wi-Fi. I don't know if this is relevant to Blitz's point. It's probably not.
It's not. I was just asking. What if you could teach a monkey about Wi-Fi? No.
As a software engineer, I feel contractually obligated, professionally obligated.
Perhaps the complaint will be assuaged when we're saying that God isn't real in the same way that like unicorns aren't real. Like, we're not saying that unicorns don't exist somewhere out there in the universe and that we could possibly be like epistemologically flawed and maybe we're all just brains in vats and our senses aren't reliable. Like we're saying that there is good reason to think that this is the case.
I think there's good reason to state that Yahweh, like the God of the Bible, is not real. I would 100% agree with that assertion. Or like Allah, like the Islamic God, like the Abrahamic God, I would agree with that. But I think like when we say God, like what do we mean? Do we mean like the source of all creation? Do we mean a form of consciousness that is higher and more powerful than us, that can govern our lives, that we can't really understand? I think that's when it starts to come into the play of like, we just can't know these things. It's like Lovecraftian. It's like H.P. Lovecraft sort of territory. Like, it's outside of our scope of understanding. I'll use another example. It's like
wait, can I? Well, wait, because I actually haven't answered that question. I would love to dig into this, and then I can explain to you a reason that I stumbled on quite recently for why, like, even this like minimal God couldn't exist. So, when we say God in like the philosophical literature, for example, what we mean minimally is a necessary mind that is the origin of all things, that does not have a body. That's all God means, is just this like immaterial mind that created everything. Now, there's a problem specifically when it comes to abstract objects. Hopefully, you and I could agree that the number one exists. But God could not have possibly created the number one, because before God created the number one, there was still one God, which means that the number one existed before God created the number one, which means that there's like a direct contradiction in assuming that this type of being actually existed. So that's on those grounds alone, we could conclude that even this like minimal God couldn't possibly exist.
I still feel like you're operating within like an Abrahamic framework, though, because like the concept of creation is like, so as you scientists know, time moves linearly in the third dimension. But in other dimensions, everything could be happening all at once simultaneously. And I am making a reduction of like what I am saying. Like I'm dumbing it down astronomically because I'm not a scientist.
Well, we have one on the stage.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. So, but to get to my point, like Christians and atheists who debate them always talk about like God created. Like, well, the concept of creation is like a linear thing. Like something's created, then it exists, then it becomes decayed and destroyed. But what if there is like true reality isn't linear, so things just always were? So there is no creation. God didn't create anything. Everything just always was.
That's a great question. Then God doesn't fit the definition of God, and therefore doesn't exist. So then we would come to the conclusion that God doesn't exist if that's what happened.
The only reason why I don't make the absolutist claims is because what if there's just a form of sentience that's like higher than, because what I would define as a god is
It's almost like he didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, that's
Did
what
you?
I'm.
Are you going to respond to anything we say, or did you just want to like gish gallop through your talking points?
No, because I don't think you're focusing on like defining God as like an omniscient
That's
creator.
the definition that we're working with.
Well, wait.
That-
I
that
didn't
is the
say
definition that
omniscient.
Or
philosophers
omnipotent.
work with. The definition that philosophers work with is just some disembodied, perhaps non-physical mind that created physical reality.
All right,
That's
because the
that
definition
we're
I'm working with is a form of consciousness that's higher than us on
Okay,
the food chain.
but you could just work with another definition. We're not talking about that thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Because a form of consciousness that's just higher than ours could literally be a product of the universe. It doesn't necessarily mean that
Or
it
it could just
created the
be
universe.
Thor.
Or,
Because,
like,
I mean,
it could be like, I don't know. It could be like fucking Albert Einstein is probably like a
True.
consciousness that's higher than mine.
I worship Albert
But
Einstein.
my point is in like,
Or,
for example, in Norse
Bob
mythology,
Dylan.
not all the gods are creators. Like Freya is not a creator god. She's still a god though in the Norse mythology, because she
Right.
she
So
is
Freya
a higher
doesn't fit
being
the
than the
definition
human.
as we're using it.
Yeah.
So this debate is specifically towards the Abrahamic monotheistic god.
No.
Well, if you wanted to defend Freya, like we have easy reductios to this. I mean, Norse mythology gets like, all the science facts wrong. Greek mythology gets all the science facts wrong. They say that lightning exists because of the lightning god, and we know better than that. So we have good reason to not believe these like specific claims about this like pantheon of gods.
So, following this logic, you can confidently make an absolutist claim that the world is purely physical, and if it can't be,
That doesn't follow.
if it can't be empirically measured, it doesn't exist.
That
That's-
doesn't follow.
not the claim.
That's not what we said.
because my whole point is just because we don't have the tools to empirically measure something in 2025 doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
We're back on the ramble roller coaster.
Yep.
Listen, like this is. It seems like
Like,
you're
we
you're
don't know.
just like talking past us, right?
I
All I'm
don't
saying is
understand.
that we
I'm
have
like,
good reason to believe that God, in the way that we've defined it, that this dude couldn't possibly exist. If you mean something else, like if all you mean by God is like a superhero, and you're like, well, what's the argument for why a superhero couldn't exist? Then it's like, well, I don't think I have an argument for why a superhero couldn't exist. Maybe I have like high Bayesian credence for thinking that one doesn't exist, but like, it's irrelevant to the conversation. That's just not what we mean when we say God doesn't exist.
I don't know. The definition I work with is more like Lovecraftian than like, I shouldn't have used like the pagan example. It's more of like unknowable. Like, what if there's just a form of consciousness that can interface with reality in a degree that we can't,
How does
that
it
we
do
can't
that?
perceive? I don't know. I'm not making the absolutist claim that it does or doesn't exist.
But
I
that
don't-
just
I
doesn't
don't
refer
like
to the
that.
thing that we're referring to.
Because
Right?
like I
if
argue
you
with
wanted
Christians too. Like I
so-
think it's both ridiculous to make
So
absolute.
Mert, I could just as easily say, well, if I define God as this water bottle, then God exists. Like, yeah, good point.
You're saying
not
I'm making
relevant to the
arbitrary
conversation.
definitions.
Yeah,
Well,
I
it's
think
just not a
the key
useful
question
definition for the
here.
conversation at hand.
Yeah, like what do we substantively disagree on?
I substantively disagree that I think it's like hubristic for humans to make absolutist assertions about the nature of reality.
Mert, are you a theist?
Wait, and is that wait, would you hold that assertion that you just made absolutely?
No, I'm fallible. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm always right. I
So
could
is
be
it
wrong.
possible that God absolutely doesn't exist?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's possible.
Cool.
Is that a statement that you think is 100% true?
No.
So it's possible that it's not possible that God doesn't God doesn't exist absolutely. You see the trouble you're running into, right?
I suppose so.
It sounds like you can't hold any beliefs.
I'm an agnostic. I don't hold any beliefs. Actually, I'm not like a religious person at all.
Sounds like you just came to Tone Police.
No, not at all. I just my whole life view is around the fact that I'm but a human. I'm an ant on a rock. Like, how could I know all these things? Like, our science is a great tool, and science brings us close to the truth, and I respect science. But at the end of the day, it's still a human tool, and it'll only get us so far. We can't perceive things that our physical brains can't perceive.
Yeah, I agree.
so I
Everyone
think-
agrees.
Right. So that's just my whole worldview is I don't like to say
But
like, oh, I know for absolute certain the nature of reality, which I feel like is a claim both atheists and Christians make.
but what we can do is use the tools that are at our disposal, things like logic, to logically deduce a conclusion, namely that God doesn't exist.
And I will say I'm having a constructive chat with you guys. I'm not trying to troll or tone police. Like, I'm being sincere by coming up here. Like, I'm not trying to just like be inflammatory.
No, you're just being a
so-
Karen. It's fine.
What do you mean? I'm being very polite to you guys. The other two guys are Blitz's actually really sweet. I watch him all the time. The guy with the curly hair is nice.
Oh, you're so
fucking,
sweet.
You're a fucking prick, dude, Justin. I'm just trying to have a
Have
conversation.
we talked
with
to
these
this
people.
guy before?
So no, yeah, I've never talked to you guys, but I've watched you guys. You guys are chill. You guys are open minded. You have good discussions. But this guy Justin's just fucking being a prick to me. So I'm hopping off.
No,
Adios.
I think Justin is allowed
has
to want like specific things from the show. That if you
Yep.
come on here, that you should be saying substantive things and you should be engaging in a substantive disagreement.
Yeah.
But he said I'm sweet, so I can't hate him.
Listen, if you just came up to Tone Police because you don't like our claim or the way we phrased our claim, you're in the wrong place. ALD, welcome in.
Hey, what's up?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
It sounds like you're in a basement, but we can hear you.
It's
Some people are
better?
in basements. Yeah, it's fine.
It's better?
It's worse.
Yep.
It's worse. Oh, never mind then.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
fine. We can hear
I
you.
mean, we
You
can-
understand.
Yeah, we
It's
can
fine.
hear you. Yeah.
So I would like to understand why some claims can work out well for the universe, but not for God. As you said before, that the number one could always have existed, but why God could not have always existed as well?
So the problem is that God, by definition, is the cause of all things. So if God didn't cause the number one to exist by creating it, then that means that the definition of God couldn't be satisfied. So the number one would exist before God created it, because before God created the number one, there was still only one God, which means that there's a problem here. One exists before one exists. That's a contradiction. So based on that, we need to reject our initial assumption that God does exist.
All right. So I have another question, which is, let me think a little bit. The issue I have is that I don't see. I mean, the origin of the universe is what could have created the number one. Is that what you are saying?
So God didn't make it.
All right, but
Then God's not
what-
the creator
what
of all
did-
things.
what did if the number one always existed, right?
Yeah, we can say that the number one is like this platonic object, this like acausal thing that it exists as like an abstract object. But if God's the creator of everything, then he also needs to be the creator of abstract objects. Otherwise, the definition of God is just not met.
All right, I have to think. A little
Unless
bit
you're a
more on this.
nominalist, I guess.
No, don't, no.
But no, but a theist would never accept nominalism.
Yeah. Well, apparently William Lane Craig does, which is like bonkers.
That's crazy, and I'm a nominalist.
Yeah.
That's
It was
actually a pretty great argument, but I don't feel that that's true. But that's all right.
That's fine.
I
mean,
I had
which
more
part?
things to say, but I got anxious and I lost my track here. So I will think a little bit.
Don't
more
be
about
anxious.
this.
I'm sweet.
No,
Yeah.
no problem.
I'm the only
Nobody's
asshole
ever said
here.
anything
I'm
mean
not
about
used to talk with
Blitz.
people. I'm just not used to talk online, so I will leave to other person.
Well, LD, thanks for coming through, man.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Yeah, so I'm actually curious how. Oh, sorry. Do we have a super chat?
Well, we got 2 super chats. Displaced Gamer is still trying to convince us that you can get something from nothing. He says, I believe in physical causal necessitarianism. The universe could not have been any other way because antecedent priors.
I think
Antecedent?
that's supposed to say antecedent.
I think
yeah,
so.
It's just really badly spelled.
Thoughts on this view? What do you think, Ian? Did you hear his first super chat?
Well, I can like assess the view as it was just presented. I think I'm pretty sure in physics, and I think that this would be more of like a Blitz thing, but I think this relies, like the view as espoused relies on like determinism, and there are certain physical particles that are indeterministic, which means that the universe could have been a different way if like the wave function happened differently, depending on your interpretation. I think Blitz, your interpretation still leads to determinism.
Yeah.
So I think it
Yeah,
depends on your
it's-
view of quantum mechanics would be my answer.
Yeah, and there is not a theist alive who's equipped to have that conversation. So, so you could just claim determinism, and if they want to get into quantum mechanics, then you can go there. But it's essentially the same.
Yeah.
Like, but it is true. If you want to have determinism, you either need some sort of Bohmian mechanics view, you need sort of Everettian mechanics, Everettian quantum mechanics, or perhaps like a relational interpretation. But you cannot use the Copenhagen interpretation. That is forbidden because that's strictly non-deterministic.
Yeah. So, depending on your interpretation, it's possible the universe could have been a different way. Now, to what extent does this affect things? I'm not really sure. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say.
But it is a good question. We appreciate the super chat, Displaced Gamer. And Marduk, good to see you in the house this morning. Says, Justin, you are the nicest and best. I just hear crying. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Marduk. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, but he didn't say you're sweet.
I'm not sweet. No.
Sweetest when you let people yap on your platform.
It's true. I do let people yap on my platform.
I do not.
Yeah. I don't know. You should
Do not suffer a yapper.
Blitz, you were going to ask something earlier?
I don't know.
About like
Don't
the
worry
abstract object argument,
Oh,
maybe?
yeah. What consequences would a theist have if they had to accept nominalism? I guess they couldn't run any sort of precept then, because nominalism implies that precept doesn't work, right?
That's kind of the meme that I'm going for. So I'm working on developing something called the transcendental argument for the non-existence of God, and the premises are just going to be like if arguments exist, then God does not exist. Arguments exist, therefore God doesn't exist. With an argument being a set of premises, which of course requires the existence of sets, and then I reason from the existence of sets to the non-existence of God, because God couldn't have possibly created sets, because the set of all things that exist would have existed before God created it. So just from the existence of arguments themselves, we can reason to the non-existence of God. And it's actually better than the transcendental argument for God, because they can't support their first premise, whereas you can.
That's actually a really good argument.
I'd have to see how you lay out the first premise, because in principle you could construct like a Boolean logic system without defining sets whatsoever. But then you would just say, it presupposes the idea of propositions, and propositions must have existed because the proposition, God exists or God does not exist must have been true or false. So
yeah, I think I still have more reading to do in terms of like the abstract object debate. I'm also thinking that this could be run. I don't know where I fall on like nominalism, Platonism. I think after reading more about abstract objects, I'm more. I used to think Platonism was like silly nonsense. I think I'm a little bit more receptive to it now. But I still have more reading to do to decide whether or not. And I'm sorry for the audience. So Platonism is the view that abstract objects exist in like some like atemporal, aspatial, forever existing type thing, that like the number one is real. It's real, but as like an abstract object. It's not a physical thing, but it is a real object that actually exists just as like an abstract object.
And the reason why it's silly, by the way, is because it means that your very physical brain can somehow reach into the abstract realm and somehow access it. That's why it's very silly, by the way.
Yeah, I'm receptive to this argument. I think that there's some of the responses are that like your intuition just has the ability to do this, which feels like
that's an answer, I guess.
Kind of ad hoc, but I think that there probably are like better answers. And then there's also like motivating reasons to believe it. I think that it makes like certain grammatical things go a lot easier if you have
That's true.
like a conception of one that it's called the indispensability argument, that the existence of these entities are indispensable for the type of propositions that we accept, that like 1 + 1 = 2 certainly is a weird sentence if one doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, but it's a contentious argument, right? Like I don't think that there's like a clear-cut answer to the
Anything
debate between like Platonism
Any
and-
idea that's more than 2,000 years old, instantly rejected in my book. Plato came up with it. Plato's a dumbass. Plato's the worst. Down the chute, into the trash.
Let me grab
Real.
2 super chats. Tim, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says y'all are the best. Tim, you're the best. And also a question from Garba Gaiman.
It's
Garbage Man. It's listen, guys. There's spaces between words for a reason. Thank you for the super chat, though. It says, "Hail to the logical trinity." Just wondering if you could go into detail about the 490-year prophecy. Theists bring up a bunch of dates I'm unsure about. Also, was it written after the fact? Not only was it written after the fact, yes, it was written in the middle of the 2nd century during the revolt under Judas Maccabeus, but also the 490-year period from Daniel chapter 9 starts in 605 BCE. And the reason why this is true is if you read the beginning of the prophecy in verse 1, it says, in the first year of Darius, son of Ahasuerus, the birth by Mede by birth rather, who became king. So the vision comes in about 522. And the question is, why are they still suffering when the prophecy of Jeremiah said that after 70 years, their suffering would be over? And it's now been past 70 years. So he's reading the laws of Moses. And when he gets to Leviticus 26, he recognizes that the law of Moses says, if you do not turn from your ways, I will multiply your afflictions by 7. And so he's like, oh, it's not for 70 years, it's for 70 times 7. So the 70 times 7, the period of 490 years, must start at the beginning of the affliction. And that started in 605 BCE when there was the first incursion in Judea. And so that means the end of the affliction is either 171 or it's going to be 115. I believe it's 171 because the first week and the 62 weeks are running in parallel into prophecy, and it's terminating in the death of Onias III when he was executed by Antiochus Epiphanes IV. But we can go a little bit deeper into that. We talk about it quite a bit on my channel. I'm going to be doing some long-form videos on Daniel soon, so hopefully that helps. But even if you think it's 490 years continuous, you're still 115 years before the birth of little baby Jesus. All right, let's
And we have a guest.
Yeah, it looks like Harris.
Oh, I can't read their name, but I believe you when you say that.
How you doing, Harris?
Belief without evidence? Faith?
True.
You have faith? No, I'm kidding.
I have faith. I have faith in Justin.
Blitz is a believer now, guys. We converted him.
Hail, Doug.
Harris, are you with us?
I've been saved.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
So I have a question. I believe in a God. I believe that there is something that have created all this because I can't get my head around that something can come from absolute nothingness. Now, when I say absolute nothingness, I did try to read Lawrence Krauss's book, Universe from Nothing. The best explanation, I think the closest that has come is Alexander Lincoln with his quantum tunneling. But you see, even there, something has always, something has always existed. So, for example, the laws of physics is always there. When Alexander Lincoln talks about the barrier, he says basically that our universe must have tunneled from another, from a barrier, but the laws of physics must have always existed. So I just can't get my head around, that the universe or something rather can come from absolute nothingness. Could you help me with that?
So true metaphysical nothingness is not something you'll hear physicists talking about. Like, it's just not. Like, I don't even think that that's even a thought worth considering. But yeah, when physicists are talking about the universe coming from nothing, they're not referring to like true metaphysical nothingness with like no laws, no physical fields or anything. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about like some sort of like kind of empty, non-spatial, temporal, but still quantum mechanically driven system or something like that.
Yeah. So something, an entity exists basically that's that have always existed. So a believer of God would say, well, whether it be multiverse or eternal energy, the conservation of energy, whatever you call it, I just call it God. The thing with the militant atheists that I have problem with, they don't have problem if I say, well, I believe in an eternal energy or anything. But as soon as I say God, then they step in and say, no, you can't say God. They seem to have problem with the word God. I don't understand that. So a deist, you can be a deistic, you can believe in something. I just don't understand why they have problem with the word God. I mean, one person call it multiverse, the other person call it eternal energy. I just like to call it God. Yeah.
Is there definitionally a difference between a God and a multiverse?
So that's actually a good question. Now that is actually a good question. So how do you define God? If you define God as something that have always existed with no beginning, no end, that has allowed all this to come to be, the few attributes that only a God can have. If you apply that, then
Harris,
why not?
Hold on. I was just looking for a yes or no. So is the answer yes?
No.
Okay, so there is definitionally a difference between a God and a multiverse then.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to talk about God, not the multiverse.
Yeah. So God, by literally every account of the dude, takes him to be a mind. It's not just like a thing that's always existed. It's like a mind that always existed, that is the first cause, the uncaused cause, the origin of everything in the universe. That's what me and Blitz and Justin and everybody else who writes about this topic means when they say God. It's not just like a thing that's existed forever.
I see. So you mean if I say that everything has to have a cause, then what about God?
Are you asking, like, could God be the cause?
I mean, you have to end up at a point where, there has to be the ultimate cause of the cause.
Okay.
So you could, yeah.
So before God caused everything into existence, did the number one exist?
Well, what I know is mathematically, that's actually a good way to put it. So 0.0, I mean, 0 plus 0 plus 0 can never be 1. So there always have to be, something has to always be there.
Wait.
So number one, yeah, I think
there's been a miscommunication. So it's just a yes or no question. Did the number one exist before?
Yeah, number one. Number one has always existed because something has to be there. Yeah.
So then God didn't cause the number one, which means God is not the cause of everything, because there are some things that God is not the cause of.
But see, the number one, I would call number one God.
Does the number one have a mind?
There's something greater. There's something greater than the number one.
True.
Namely, the number two.
Yeah, but yeah. So I would say something that's infinitely, large. But see, I see what you mean. There's a problem there as well. Can I ask you, Blitz? Can I ask you something? This is the second thing that's always, boggled my mind. So, what do you know that the vast majority throughout history, the scientists, they don't know? Because all of them, they seem to believe in some. I'm not saying a theist necessarily, but a deist nevertheless. They believe in a deistic God.
Yeah, I know cosmology.
What do they know that you don't know?
I know cosmology. They didn't.
I'm talking even about today. The majority.
Well, the vast majority of cosmologists are atheists.
Okay.
Like cosmology is the field that allows you to grapple with how the universe began, where it came from, where it's going, things like that. And that didn't really exist as a field prior to like the 1950s, maybe.
Yeah. Could you recommend me? Could you recommend me, because I tried Lawrence Krauss's book. I wasn't very satisfied. He went to Stockholm. I'm from Sweden. He went to Stockholm. The philosophers there. Yeah. Could you recommend me a book where I can read more about this matter?
Read A Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking. I recommend it to everybody. It's just a well-written book. It's a little bit outdated. It was written 30 years ago, but like it does a good case of, you know, explaining possible ways that the world could have started or the universe could have started, things like that. And it's just like a good introduction to modern cosmology, just as like at like the lay person level.
Okay. Stephen Hawking, yeah.
Yep.
One last question. One last question. So Sir Roger Penrose and Stephen Hawking, they had, I think, no boundary proposal, where they said that. So this goes more to Kalam. You know, a lot of Kalam cosmological arguments, they use that as well, that everything has a beginning. Before, they used to apply this to the whole universe. Is it true that they now they have retracted their statement? They no longer believe that the beginning applies to the whole universe, but only to the observable universe?
So the no boundary proposal was by Hartle and Hawking, not Penrose and Hawking.
Okay.
Penrose thinks that the universe has always existed. He thinks that there's something, he proposed a model called conformal cyclic cosmology. Conformal cyclic cosmology. He thinks the universe has always existed. There's a whole story there. Hawking, on the other hand, as far as I mean, Hawking's dead, so he hasn't changed his mind in 10 years, right? But as far as I know, he thinks he was still under the impression that the universe had a beginning and that it began in like this kind of boundaryless way, which in some sense doesn't require a cause. At least it doesn't require something to kickstart the first moment, because the first moment was in some sense preceded by like some sort of weird atemporal quantum state.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the CCC model, where.
Well, that's what Penrose proposes,
okay,
but Hawking didn't buy that. Most people don't buy that.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yep. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
You don't get too much of that. We've got another super chat follow-up from Displaced Gamer. Thank you so much, Displaced, for the $10 super chat. It says, I think the theist would say God is the creator of all things outside itself. Concepts could be a type of knowledge, and knowledge would be of God, and so not created by him. Yeah, that's the argument I typically hear, is that like all transcendentals are actually like, you know, grounded in like God's nature or God's mind, so they're like pre-existent with God.
Yeah. So I think one problem that this runs into issues. I know it has more issues, but I need to read the paper again. But one issue that I know that it runs into is an issue with divine simplicity, that people will hold that God does not have parts. And this creates like kind of an issue, because it means that God is going to be like identical to his very essence. And it leads to like really weird conclusions. So if his like essence includes like both the number one and the number two, and God is identical both to the number one and the number two, then we kind of come up with the absurd conclusion that the number one is the number two. I know another response to this is that if you're like a divine conceptualist specifically, that there are some abstract objects like propositions, for example, that would be unbecoming of a God to be thinking about for like all eternity, like some weird kinky like sex propositions, and God is just thinking about them forever, if all propositions exist as divine concepts in God's mind. That certainly seems like something that the theist doesn't want to support, but maybe they do. Who knows? I'm open to being surprised.
Good question.
Although
I
you
appreciate
often
that. Oh, go ahead.
By the way, if you want to join, go to tinyurl.com/u, the letter A, the letter guest.
Yeah,
That's the place to go.
We've got a bunch of people in the TikTok queue, and the screen says join as a guest at exactly the link that Blitz told you, tinyurl.com/UA guest. If you're watching this on YouTube, there's a direct link in the description of the video, so you don't have to type it in. So if you're in the TikTok queue, I'm going to clear you out. We are not taking guests over TikTok, guys. We're only taking guests using the third-party app so that we can stream to multiple platforms. But everyone's welcome to come in and have a discussion with the panel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, is God constantly thinking about pegging? Like, I mean, who knows, right?
If God's divine concepts include like all shape-based concepts like squares, circles, spheres, whatever, God is eternally thinking about butt plugs. He's always
Absolutely.
been, always will. The platonic butt plug, God is thinking about it.
Does the platonic butt plug have a flared base?
Of course it does, yeah. And he's always thinking about it. He's been thinking about it forever.
The real question is, and this goes back to this whole notion of omnipotence, is whether, or if you believe that pegging is a sin, but you believe that God can't peg because it's a sin, then it sounds to me like you can't believe in an omnipotent God.
Yeah.
That's a good point. The question is, did Mary peg?
Well,
or is that impossible?
It did say
I don't know.
when they traveled into Egypt that they strapped onto a donkey. So
that's insane.
Just saying. All right, let's
I don't know if Mary pegged, but what I do know is that Jesus got nailed.
All right.
All right, NC. We've scared away all of the Christians from the blasphemy.
Remember, Jesus was hung, guys. Welcome in, NC.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm all right. Just actually woke up.
Hell
good
yeah.
morning.
Well, welcome to Bible study. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18 and I'm a believer in something I call God, I guess.
Cool.
Which is?
Well, are you asking me to define?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm more of a science guy than I grew up more of a science guy than a religion guy. So to me, God is something like, I think it's the infinite in the quantum realm.
I'm gonna cry.
I know. But if I really think about it, because I'm also like sort of into philosophy, if I really think about it, like, what is God except like the creator of all, I suppose, and like what determines like everything? And so far, all I know is like the something quantum determines literally everything. So that's sort of just what I call God. I have like a whole in I wouldn't say intricate philosophy, but it's like very personal and I'm still sort of exploring it. But I think that like everyone sort of believes in a God because everyone has to make some sort of leap of faith to what they believe, and I think people believe what they want to believe on some level, and they always will, because we don't know everything, but everyone seems to have an idea of their own idea of what's going on.
Yeah, it just sounds like that's atheism with extra steps.
It kind of does, but I'm also calling it God, so.
Cool.
I'm calling my wife a goddess. That doesn't mean that I'm
Well,
a
do you
theist
think
now.
your wife created like
she just said,
everything?
She created everything in my world.
She did. The strong sentiment. But
Look, I'm a
if
white
I
guy,
thought,
okay?
what if I thought God was conscious?
Oh, then we would have a
My
problem.
wife's conscious.
Well, wait, but then at that point we have a problem, right? Because we have literally no evidence that like quantum mechanics stuff is like conscious. And in fact, it's like kind of weird if it is, right? Because like, and correct me if I'm wrong, But I thought upspins and downspins split at like literally like a 50-50 like split.
I mean, it depends. Like,
Yeah.
it depends on how you prepare it. But, like, yeah, it can be 50-50. It could be, like, 75-25. It just depends.
Yeah,
Yeah,
seems
there's
weird if it's being caused by like a conscious mind consciously making decisions. You'd think
well,
maybe
you
they would have
know,
like
science
preferences.
science like weird doesn't mean wrong, and there is evidence that our consciousness is connected to
I'm
quantum
gonna
effects.
cry. I'm gonna
Roger
cry.
Penrose, you know Roger Penrose, you
I
love
do
him.
know Roger Penrose. This is the one thing that... Look, okay, here's the thing. Roger Penrose has a Nobel Prize. There's this thing called Nobel sickness, or Nobel disease. And it's when
Mm.
people win a Nobel Prize and then kind of go off their rocker. Now, Penrose has not gone off his rocker, but he is 93. And so even though he's brilliant, we give him some leeway to have some crackpot ideas, okay? This is one of them.
You really think that's like a completely crackpot idea? What makes you think that?
It's not really founded on any evidence. Like the idea that like quantum mechanics, that gravity. So the idea is orchestrated OR. That's the idea that Penrose and this other guy Hameroff, I think, came up with. And there's this idea that gravity causes quantum collapse, which we have no evidence for. That somehow quantum collapse causes consciousness, which we have no evidence for. So like both, like it's pure speculation, and nobody really takes it seriously.
Well, I think a lot of things people believe are speculative, but I do think there is quite a bit of evidence for this because of well, we've seen like increasing amounts of evidence. I've seen like more evidence that microtubules in the brain do carry quantum effects.
Yeah, but we don't have any
And this
evidence
has
that they
been,
cause consciousness.
yes, but we are sort of like moving towards that effect, and especially because of I think one of my tipping points was the fact that he's working with this doctor, this
Yeah, Hameroff,
anesthesiologist.
Stuart Hameroff.
Yes. And you can reasonably connect anesthesia to a shut off of consciousness. That's a lot of people studying consciousness also are trying to see why things like anesthesia shut off consciousness in terms of like regulating brainwave patterns so that they're all like very predictable instead of more random and noisy. And we can see that like anesthesia does affect the microtubules in the brain. And so that I think it's a reasonable conclusion to come to so far. And he
It
came
affects
up with
like
that
everything in the brain, though, right?
anesthesia. Yes, but it can like especially affects microtubules is what they're saying right now. And so I think it's a reasonable conclusion to
Well,
come
that's what
to.
Hameroff's saying. I don't know if that's actually true, though.
Well, it is what Himroff is saying, but it's also what Roger Penrose is co-signing right now.
Well, Roger Penrose isn't a neurologist, right?
He is not a neurologist.
Neither is Hameroff, for that matter. He's an anesthesiologist, but there is some crossover there.
Yes, but there is like I think there's a growing body of evidence and a growing like constituency regarding this. So I don't think it's like a completely crackpot theory. I think that's really dismissive of it. And I like I said, I think a lot of people will just believe what they think fits into their sort of schema and what they want to believe. Like I'm sure you believe a lot of things that I could dismiss as like, oh, that's just ridiculous. Why would you believe that? I honestly
Maybe.
think that dark matter, the whole concept of dark matter is ridiculous to me. I really thought it was
That's
just
fine.
like the laziest solution to a gravitational problem ever. So
Okay. I mean, that's fine. The point is and for what it's worth, like, as far as crackpots go, there have been a lot more crackpots that are more crackpotty than Roger Penrose with regards to orchestrated OR. Orchestrated OR at least has like some semblance of some sort of testable hypotheses. And, you know, it's based on like some notions that, while they may not be justified, it's at least based on some notions. So like, yeah, I mean, like if people want to spend money studying this, like you can, it's not going to be a waste of time, but inevitably what you're going to find is that it's not the case.
well, I think that's I think that you jumping to that conclusion so far is not really fair to the scientific process.
I mean, I said that you can test it if you want. Like, you can test
I
bad
know,
ideas.
but you also said that like, oh, well, eventually they're going to find out that they're wrong.
Well,
But
yeah, probably.
well, to you probably.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. I think that's like. I think it's a bit of hubris to just say I don't like this theory, so they're gonna find out it's wrong.
Well, no, it's unlikely given what we know about gravity, given what we know about quantum mechanics. It seems implausible. It's like less. What's the phrase? Less theoretically virtuous as a theory than things like the Everett interpretation or Bohmian mechanics are.
Why do you think the Everett interpretation is stronger?
Because it has the fewest theoretical assumptions.
Like, for example, well, I don't even like the Everett interpretation, if I'm being honest. I think like it still leaves way too many questions, and I don't really think it solves too much, honestly. But just the many worlds interpretation is really, yeah. I think that is a leap of faith as well. Just saying, oh, everything happens, but then like what decides? What decides which ones actually happen in this world?
They're all real. They're all actual. That's the whole.
Yeah,
business.
but which one? Like, what decides what goes where? You think it's just like complete probability?
All of them get realized. There's not any decision being made.
But there's only one reality that we're in.
Yeah, there's a bunch of U's under the Everett interpretation. But we're fairly off topic, and I don't want to diverge too hard. Let's just grant, for the sake of argument, that some sort of weird quantum phenomena is what allows for consciousness to exist. How does that get you to God?
I didn't necessarily say that got me to God. I said, what if God was conscious, just theoretically? My personal belief is that consciousness obviously lies on a sort of scale on how well we can sort of harness those quantum calculations or effects to be able to understand more. I think consciousness, quantumness lies in the field of the infinite, because, well,
I'm gonna cry.
I'm sorry. But I think that it lies in the field of the infinite, so like anything could happen, and then obviously once a measurement is made, a decision is made. But if something is like computing quantumly, then it can like understand a lot more of those possibilities, sort of. I'm really just like sort of speculating right now, but I think that a lot of people's speculations and assumptions of what they think they know really kind of prevents them from opening themselves up to different possibilities. So I don't think a lot of people will believe in like God or stop believing in God unless they want to. And then they'll find evidence to back up their theory.
I mean, that's tautologically true. People believe what they want to believe because if they didn't want to believe it, they would believe something else.
So, like, do you want to believe in God?
If it's true, yeah. So I want to know if it's true first.
Yeah, everyone here is open to believing in God. It's just a question of the evidence, and there's insufficient evidence to suggest that he is real.
I think that you believe some things with leaps of evidence already. Everyone does.
Such as?
Well, he was just talking about the Everett theory. It's not like the Everett theory is completely 100% guaranteed.
Whoa. We're not talking about... So there's like a huge range of difference between complete faith, like a complete leap of faith, like zero evidence believing in something, and having a ton of evidence for something and evaluating the evidence and coming to the conclusion that of the available options and given the available evidence that this option is most in line with the available evidence. So I mean, Blitz has like lots of evidence for his theory or hypothesis. I don't know what the correct like classification is, but tons of evidence for that. Whereas it seems like what you're defending appears to be just a complete leap of faith.
I'm defending a complete leap of faith.
I guess like what's the evidence that any of this is conscious?
Well, I wasn't saying that everything was conscious. I was just like proposing a a sort of what if. But
So you have no
my
evidence for it. So it's a complete leap of faith to believe.
well, I didn't say I believed everything was conscious.
Well, wait, not so. Whatever you're calling God, what's the
Yeah.
evidence that the thing that you're calling God is conscious?
Well, I never said God was conscious, at least not like we are.
Oh,
But
Then what's the
I think
substantial disagreement that we're having?
I
Like, what do you
saying
believe in
that,
that we don't believe in?
well, I'm sure a bunch of little things, but what I'm doing is calling God like whatever. For me, God is whatever uh, is coming out of the quantum realm or whatever is deciding what is happening. I call that God, and I think that sort of falls in the line with the definition of God, and I think that's
does God
fair.
have a mind?
Does anything have a mind?
I
Yeah.
do. I don't know about y'all, but I do.
Yeah, I
I
do
see.
as well. Lots of things have minds. Yeah. Does God have a mind?
Like, what is a mind?
Like the experiencing thing, the thing which
No.
is experiencing.
The thing that, well, everything experiences something.
No, I don't think that the atom is having like an experience of like
Well, that's
electrons or
sort of a
whatever.
semantic thing. Are you Googling the definition of experience?
No, he's just typing in Discord.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think
Sorry, I
experience
thought I
is a
muted.
semantic thing.
I don't think
Experience
If you
so.
want to have look, if you want to have a conversation about do we really have minds and do rocks not have minds, like that's a fine conversation with like a panpsychist, I guess, or like somebody who really is interested in philosophy
Well,
of
I
mind.
don't
But
think rocks
that's
have
not the
minds.
discussion
Yeah.
to be had here.
Oh, so you do understand what a mind is. Perfect.
I said I don't think rocks have minds. It doesn't. I don't think rocks have minds.
Yeah, so you hold like a
I
belief about this
I'm
thing called a mind. Yeah, so you know what a mind is. I don't know why we're playing games.
well. I'm trying to figure out what you think a mind is, so I can sort of
That thing that you're
explain to
doing
you.
right now.
My mind is the thing I'm doing.
It's the thing that you're always doing, existing, being you.
So yeah, we can just call it
Well,
the
existing
element
being
of
is
a
not a
being,
mind.
the
Everything
element of a
exists in
being
being.
that enables them to be aware of the world and their experiences.
You think that viruses have minds?
No.
No.
Do you think they can be aware of their environments?
No.
No.
You don't think viruses can be aware of their environments?
Not in
No.
like this like mind like feeling, not in the sense of awareness that we're using.
Do you think a tree has a mind?
No.
No.
Well, trees can be aware of their environments.
Not in the
Trees
sense
can
that we're
react to their
using.
environments. They're not aware.
Yeah.
Well, then what becomes aware?
It's like
Probably dogs.
consciousness.
I would say dogs, probably.
Yeah.
Small mammals.
You think?
All right.
Notice that a lot of awareness seems to be close to us. Everything closest to us is what we consider aware, but you can consider a tree aware of its environment. It communicates with its other trees. It reacts to its environment. It's
Yeah, that's not what
it's
that's not
sentient.
awareness in the sense that we're using. Oh, trees are not sentient. Hold on. That's not, there's no evidence for that claim. Lots of evidence that
Well,
that claim's not true. Lots of evidence that what makes something sentient or not sentient is the existence of this thing called the brain, which is developed to a specific criteria of awareness of your senses and feelings. And brains don't have one of those. So we have really good reason to
plants
think
can
that
be
brains
aware of
aren't. Well, yeah, wait, so not in the sense that we're using it. We're using it like
sentient and
the
consciousness are two different
conscious.
things. Sentience and consciousness are two different things.
How would you
Sentience is
distinguish
just the ability
these?
to react, and the sentience is more of the ability to dynamically react to your environment and to, like you said, take in information and act accordingly. And plants can do that.
That's nonsense, right? Because I could make a robot that reacts to its environment. I wouldn't say my like Lego Mindstorm is sentient.
I would, by the way. But this is so far off topic.
Yeah, and see, I don't think you actually have an argument for God, so I don't want to be rude, but I think we got to move on to the guests that are waiting, okay?
Okay.
Any last
well,
words?
Yes, I think that God is at the bottom of the cup.
Cool.
I think you're at the bottom of the cup, but thanks for coming through, NC.
You think?
Fuck, dude.
All right. Aaron's been waiting for a while. We're going to get Aaron in here. We're going to read a couple super chats. Jessica, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says Lilith is the best dominant. I don't disagree with that. And Judas, thank you for the $2 super chat, says, you're crucifying me with Jesus puns. Hey, I mean, we're glad to see that Jesus wasn't the only one crucified. Sounds like you're the new Messiah. You just fulfilled all the messianic prophecies if you got crucified. And I'm just saying, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Ian, why did you stop debating on TikTok? Will you ever come back and cook?
I'm actually considering it. Low key, I don't know. I'm considering making like a really interactive background that responds and plays like animations of, you know, just like horrible blasphemy in response to like donations and gifts. And I'm thinking I am seriously at this point considering returning sometime soon. But I think I want to get even sharper on the arguments. I've been taking a lot of time to research like rhetoric and like effective presentation. And I think that a lot of it is like very applicable. For example, just the other week I was reading like Aristotle's Rhetoric, the first, or not, it's not like the first rhetoric book, but it's like a foundational text in like rhetoric studies. And I think that there's like lots of potential to, because my most common arguments, especially against Christians, are to point out like the horrible atrocities that God has committed. And I think that there's a lot of like really good rhetorical flourishes that I just haven't been engaging in that could like really take the arguments to the next level. So I don't know, I'm considering it.
Good.
Imagine rhetoric maxing instead of just having good, solid foundational arguments.
It is a good, solid foundational argument, but I think that because they'll bite the bullet in all these instances where God is like unfathomably evil, they'll bite the bullet, and I think that these bullets need to be harder for them to bite. And when someone does bite it, even the Christians should be like, "Damn, what the fuck?"
I want to see that bullet
With you on
explode. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to grab Aaron.
All right, let's bring up Aaron.
From the queue. Welcome in, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron, how's it going?
How y'all?
Good. How are you, Aaron?
Doing all right.
Aaron, are you at least 18 and are you a believer in God?
I am over 18 and I am a believer.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
The God of Israel, Christianity.
Cool. All right. What's your best argument or evidence for God?
Just to be clear, sorry, I have to clarify something. That's the God of Rome, not the God of Israel.
The God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses.
Nope, you're getting it wrong. Different guy. The God you believe in is 3. The God that those people believed in was 1.
No,
But
they believed
alas.
in God. They just didn't know at the time.
No, they believed in one God.
Yeah, they believed in the same God, but they didn't know at the time that there was the Holy Trinity. They couldn't understand that at that time.
Because it's not written in the Hebrew scriptures anywhere, but carry on.
Okay, it is in the New Testament, but other than that, my evidence for God existing is everything that we see it today. Life forms existing in such detail and precision, life in the universe existing in such detail and precision. It's impossible without a God.
I think that's a really interesting claim, right? Because if you look into our cellular anatomy, the detail and precision raises a couple of eyebrows. Our cells are horrible at getting things right. They're susceptible to mutations, and they even know that they're susceptible to mutations because they have repair mechanisms, and the repair mechanisms aren't perfect. The repair mechanisms allow mutations to come through, and in some instances, the repair mechanisms cause new mutations. Where's the precision in all of this?
The fact that your body can still heal miraculously, and then also...
What do you mean by miraculously?
I mean, you get cut and your skin just grows back, not like overnight, not like the Wolverine, but like the way our skin grows back,
That's
the
a
way our
miracle?
body heals.
We have a Wolverine main
It's
here.
pretty
Get him out of here.
It's pretty insane how our bodies can. I mean, even not just humans in general, just all life, the way it's designed, doesn't point to just evolution.
Oh, it's
So-
exactly what it points to. Because if you look at our
Biologists-
cellular anatomy,
Oh,
it
go ahead.
looks like it came about via like a careful, slow process of tinkering. It's very jankily held together. Every part of our cellular anatomy is extremely janky. Sorry, Blitz, what were you gonna say?
I was just going to say, biologists actually rank the highest amongst scientists as a category of atheism. So if it were so obvious that this is not something that can, happen evolutionarily, why is it that, and this is including like physicists and chemists and all this, like biologists are the most atheist group amongst all scientists. That should be shocking to you if you think that biology points to the existence of God.
So you cannot scientifically prove or disprove God.
Isn't that
So,
what
like-
you're literally trying to do right now?
Well, I'm just saying the fact that we all exist in such detail and precision is proof that God has to exist. But the scientific explanation of how lightning struck the earth, how certain animals reproduce, like the scientific explanation of certain things is the scientific explanation of how it happened. Now, how did it come to be in the beginning?
The
Well,
way that
if
it's described,
evolution
like
is so true, then why are there still, like, I'm going to use a very dumb argument.
I
Why are
swear
there
to
still,
God. He's going to say, why are there still monkeys?
Yeah, I'm going to use that
don't
Yep.
do
dumb.
it.
There it
There's
is.
still
Okay,
monkeys.
so Aaron, I'm going to ask you a very, very basic question. Do you have any cousins?
Yes.
Okay, so if you exist, why are there still your cousins?
I don't understand what you mean by that statement.
Right. So monkeys are our cousins. The monkeys that are alive today, they're our cousins. The monkeys that we descend from, those are our ancestors, in the same way that both you and your cousins descend from your grandparents.
Then
Your
why are
grandparents might not be alive anymore, but your cousins are.
because they're human. That's completely different.
It's literally the exact same biologically speaking.
No, it's
Monkeys
not.
are our distant cousins, just
Evolution.
much more distant than 1-2 generations back.
They've had the same time as us. So if they've had the same time as us, then how are they still the same
Wait.
genetically? And we
They're
are
not
different.
the same. So we diverged from chimpanzees about 6 million years ago. The thing that became chimpanzees and us isn't the same as chimpanzees are. Chimpanzees evolved separately. We evolved separately. Us, chimpanzees, both different from the thing we came from 6 million years ago.
Okay, then what stopped them from evolving to the detail that we have evolved to?
They evolved in a different way, not in like a less sophisticated way, just a different way.
What stopped them from being able to evolve to where we're at? If they had the same amount
They
of
had
time
a different set of conditions.
on the same planet, I mean, we
Yes,
have.
there are different environments. There
Would
are
you
different,
survive
like
the Marianas Trench? If we threw you into the Marianas Trench, would you survive?
Oh,
Are you well
he
adapted
just
to
dropped.
that?
He just dropped.
he just dropped. He did not
Oh, I
adapt
threw.
to his environment.
Wait. What happened? What happened? I snapped my fingers and I threw him into the Marianas Trench. We'll see how he's doing.
Well, we'll see if he can figure out. I assume he got disconnected. I doubt he just cut and ran in the middle of the conversation.
We'll see. Yeah, if he joins back in like the next minute or so, we should bring him back. Otherwise, we should bring up I don't know, because I think I don't know has been waiting for 2 hours.
Yeah, for sure. Let me grab our 2 latest super chats, and then we'll grab the next guest. Thank you. The Ungoogleable Man says they always start off with "look at the trees." I know. I have no idea why they think "look outside" is an argument for God. Like I guess I could make the same argument for not God if we just say "look at it." It means what I want it to mean. Optimus Rhymes, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, when did the Sabbath?
What a great name!
I know, right? He said, when did the Sabbath get changed to Sunday? Well, it didn't, by the way. Christian history didn't change the Sabbath. They just stopped practicing the Sabbath, and then they decided to go to church on Sundays because that is the day of Jesus' resurrection, theoretically. So that's why they get together on Sunday. It's not because they think that Sunday's actually the Sabbath. Now, it did happen in history eventually it got conflated to be the Sabbath day because they're like, well, it is a day of rest. But the earliest generations of Christians didn't see Sunday as the Sabbath. They just saw it as the day that they could gather and, you know, sing songs together and talk about Jesus and things like that.
It looks like Aaron's back.
All right, welcome back. Let me grab him.
I hope he brought his scuba suit so he could survive the Marianas Trench.
Welcome back, Aaron.
Yeah, my bad. I'm at work, so I got a customer that came in. I had to dip out real quick.
Oh, okay.
Valid.
What were we talking about before I left?
Mariana. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to ask you like a question that I think gets to the heart of it. So there's like specific parts of our DNA that are like parts of your DNA. They're called mobile elements. It's a parasitic part of your DNA. Occasionally, very rarely, it will cause like a helpful mutation. Almost always, it will take away functionality from your cell and cause like a very harmful mutation. These are like parts of your genome that either get up and move to a different place, or they will like create new copies of themselves, and then these new copies will spread out through your genome, and oftentimes they cause like horrible diseases like cancer. So what's the design in these like mobile elements that are quite literally like parasitic?
So, disease, illness, suffering, torture, anything that's not good, which God is good in the Bible, and anything that's not good is not from God. So, in the beginning of the Bible, it talks about how in the beginning with Adam and Eve, the world was perfect, no sin, no evil, and then whenever they rebelled against God, the earth got cursed, and that opened
Who cursed
up
it?
to like. Technically God, but also because Satan was then also roaming the earth.
Did God have to curse the earth?
Well, whenever your creation rebels against you, you're going to be like, well, be gone with you. You want to be with your sin? That's what God says. You want to be with your sin? You're with your sin.
The question was, did he have to curse the earth?
I guess not, but I mean, God's all-knowing, so he would know what's best.
Wrap everything up so far, your argument is look at the trees, you know, argument from order, things like that. But then when the disorder is pointed out, you're making excuses for why there is disorder. So is there order or is there disorder?
Yeah, which part of the tree specifically should we look at?
So that was in the very beginning when everything was like absolutely perfect. There's still
Aaron, did you hear my question?
Oh yeah. Go ahead and repeat it for me.
Aaron, did you hear my question? My question is, when we look outside, should we interpret that as order or disorder?
When you look at nature, it'd be order.
Okay. So then when God cursed the earth, it's still orderly. So natural disasters, cancers, diseases, that's all part of the order?
That's a part of man's rebellion that caused the curse.
Is that orderly or is that disorder?
Disorder, but man caused it.
Okay, so when we look outside and we see the disorder, that's evidence for not God. See, if your argument is that...
No, that's evidence for Satan.
Aaron, I want you to listen to what I'm saying. If your argument is look outside, there is order, and then your next argument is, well, here's the reason why it's not orderly, then your first argument fell apart, right? So there's either order or there's not order.
I said everything that is good is God. That's what the Bible teaches us. And everything that's not good is not God. So that would be Satan and man's doing.
Okay.
So when man goes and kills another man, that's man, not God.
Who created Satan?
God.
So in your worldview, we've got all this disorder, and God is the one that created all the disorder. What's more logical, that there's just disorder because there's no God, or that there's disorder because God's just a prick and wanted people to suffer mercilessly?
No, whenever you read the Bible in context and everything that happened throughout the story of it, And then, and if you believe that to have happened as truth, what parts are supposed to be true?
Aaron,
that,
did you
like,
actually hear my question? Because every time
yes, I did, and I'm
every
trying
time
to answer that. I
somebody
just don't
asks
think
you a
like my
question, you
answer.
don't actually answer it.
I do answer it. You say that about all your guests,
The
though.
question was, what is a more rational explanation? Is this one or the other? Is it more rational to believe that the chaos that we see around us is a product of not having a God, or a product of God wanting to inflict chaos on everything?
Nowhere in the Bible are we taught that God wants to inflict chaos on us. He wants us to love him back.
Then why'd he do it?
Because God is a just God, and there has to be a punishment for sin.
He's not just, and that's not true.
But by the way,
That is
question:
true.
is God merciful?
Yes.
Then he can't
Because
be all
you can't
just.
You can't be all just and all merciful. Those two things are contradictory.
You can have mercy in different areas, like not regarding like sin and stuff, and
right. So you can't be maximally merciful.
Yeah,
right?
You can
So
be
he's just like a little
in some,
merciful.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think it ever says in there that he's all mercy.
Okay. So I mean, as long as you don't believe that, that's fine.
Yeah.
He is just. He is merciful. He is all knowing. He is all powerful.
Well, he's definitely none of those things.
Wait, I'm so sorry. This is like a bit of like a side tangent, but I have like a question about the Adam and Eve story. It's something that I've been wondering quite recently. Do you think it's ethical to ask like 2 1-year-olds to have sex with each other?
They weren't made as children 1-year-olds.
Oh wait, so if God made you like a 1-year-old who was actually made as like a 30-year-old, would you have sex with them? Would you have sex with this 1-year-old?
There was no sexual immorality before man caused the curse. In this
Wait, but I'm asking you, would you have sex with this 1-year-old? If God made you a 1-year-old whose body was actually constructed as that of like a 30-year-old.
You wouldn't think of yourself as a 1-year-old child. You would think you're...
I'm asking you if you would have sex with this 1-year-old.
So the example here is that God spawns into existence with a 29-year-old person with no experience in the world, no knowledge of the world, but the body of a 29-year-old. And then you wait a year. Is that person available to you in a sexual way?
Aaron?
Would it be wrong to sleep with this 1-year-old?
Oh, Aaron left. Oh no, Aaron's back. Wait, no, never mind.
No, he's here.
Oh,
I lied.
He's having.
I got confused.
Having some difficulties.
Oh, Aaron's muted.
He's got his microphone muted. Now, keep in mind, Aaron, the question only needs like a 1-word answer. Does it need a whole paragraph?
But by the way, the reason why this is relevant is because we don't judge somebody's maturity solely by their physical age. In the same reason why it's horribly non-consensual to like sleep with somebody who has the body of a 30-year-old, but like the mental development of a 5-year-old. Like that's not acceptable. That is immoral, and that is a grape, if you will. So like. That's the situation that we're talking about here.
His microphone's still muted. I think he's lost.
Yeah, I think that this gets you into like baffling. I think the Adam and Eve story proposes like baffling questions about the age of consent. Quite frankly, I think that it's really hard to for the Christian to like give like a coherent account of like the age of consent if they think that Adam and Eve as these like basically newborns just with the bodies of adults, if it's like acceptable to tell someone with the mind of a newborn to like go forward and reproduce.
He probably has a customer, by the way.
Yeah, I think so. Well, listen, Aaron, come back when you're not working, okay? We'd love to talk to you, but
Why is Loxypop huge right now?
I don't know. It's not huge on my screen.
It's massive on mine.
Yeah.
But I was hoping Aaron would continue the conversation because I want to talk to him about how you can be perfectly just while punishing other people's for Adam and Eve's sin, which is definitely not a form of justice. And
I was going to ask about dinosaur bone cancer, but
yeah,
based.
Ungoogleable Man says always start off with look at the trees. You're right. That's the argument they typically have. And Flanker, thank you for.
We already answered this question.
I know. Yeah. Flanker.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. It says, please tell this guest that evolution doesn't have the goal of forking humans. Chimps are adapted for their environment, and we as well. There's no goal. I agree. Yeah, evolution doesn't have no goal. In fact, it's possible for species to completely adapt to their environment and then adapt to different environments even after they've adapted to their current environment. They just keep evolving forever. There's no goal. We've got a couple.
The next guest was going to be, I don't know, but they said in the chat that they're an agnostic. So do we want to take up an agnostic?
Well, I think the next. Well, I don't see an I don't know in the queue.
Oh, maybe they left.
I see someone with the name NIANSMH, whatever that means, and they were in the queue next. And then after that was Lollipop, and then our old friend Otangelo. Welcome in, NI. NI? Are you with us? Did you wait too long in the queue? Did you drop out? Hello? Hola? Nothing? Okay. Well, they're not with us anymore. We'll move on to maybe Loxy Pop, if I see the name correctly.
Yep. For some reason, I'm just seeing a big Photoshop screenshot of cheese.
Yeah, it's giant too. Hold on. Loxy, are you with us?
Hi.
Oh, yeah, no, that's going through to TikTok now. By the way.
Hi.
Yeah,
Hi,
I'll fix it. Yeah, we can all hear you.
We can hear you. Did you start sharing your screen or something, or?
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought that I had to
Please
share
stop.
a screen. Oh yeah, of course.
Please stop.
Yeah, my apologies.
Great.
Yeah, how are you guys doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Just hanging out, I suppose.
Sure. Are you of age, or at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yeah, I do believe in Christ.
Cool. And are you at least 18?
Yes.
Cool. What would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God?
I feel like there's like a fair bit. Off the top of my head, the simple fact that we can feel.
What does that have to do with Jesus?
I believe in Jesus, but it's not that don't believe in God. I feel like you asked the existence of God. What I believe is the most definitive existence of it that we can feel.
So?
Okay. Why? So I guess by my account, feeling comes about because it's evolutionarily advantageous. Evolution comes about via like processes like abiogenesis. Processes like abiogenesis come about via like the rapid expansion of the universe and some like complex physics about inflation that I'm not too up on. So I guess I just don't seem to think that we need like a God in any of this. So why is God necessary for feeling?
Why is sadness evolutionary advantageous?
So for sadness, it's going to be good, like socially, to grieve certain things. It helps you direct yourself and orient yourself towards specific goals.
Why is it evolutionarily advantageous if a lot of animals and stuff like that don't feel sadness? Or evolution doesn't just apply to animals; it applies to plants, and plants don't feel.
Yeah, they're adapted.
Social species, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We're sentient and social.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Blitz. That
I just said that plants aren't social species, right?
Right,
So humans have a lot of pro-social behavior because we're social species. So we have things that we can communicate to each other via emotions, via like facial expressions and so on, because that's useful for a social species to survive.
The statement was that it's evolutionarily advantageous to
for social species.
For us, yeah.
It was added onto after the fact that it's for social species.
Well, wait, so I assume you're asking about why do we feel sadness? Why is this a feeling that we experience rather than why is this a feeling that plants experience? So because we're talking about the scope of like the things that we feel, I assume you're only talking about the things that feel sadness. So for these things that feel sadness, it's socially advantageous for them to do so.
I'm more so speaking, and I do apologize for not elaborating on this in kind of in the beginning, but I'm saying more so, why is there a scope of consciousness, if you want to call it?
What do you mean?
The scope of consciousness that we can feel. I feel like the existence of the scope of consciousness that we can feel in the scope of consciousness and like the scale of consciousness in and of itself is the existence of a higher power.
I don't know what any of that means.
Nobody does.
I'm trying to. What's a good way to explain it? The fact that you can consider the fact whether or not you are real or not is I guess proof of there being a higher power.
Why?
Are you suggesting that the hard problem of consciousness is solved by a higher power? Is that the claim here?
It's the existence of it leads to the possibility of a higher power.
Well, possibility and evidence are not the same thing, right?
What's the evidence of there not being one?
What's the evidence that there's not a teapot circling the planet Jupiter?
Both are equally probable.
There you go.
God,
I think it's very improbable that there's a teapot circling Jupiter.
Improbable, but not impossible.
So is the claim just that, like, well, he might exist?
Well, you're a Christian, right? You're not just like an agnostic.
I believe that the Bible is the word of man, but I do believe in the core tenets of it.
Do you think that Jesus rose from the dead?
That's a good question. I appreciate that one.
You're a Christian, aren't you?
I believe in the core tenets of the Bible. I don't believe in the word of man, because the word of man is inherently corrupt.
Well, how do you know what is the word of man and what's the word of God in the Bible?
What's consistent between the multiple translations of it?
Well, what's consistent?
The fact that Christ loved all of humanity, past, prior, and present, so much that he would sort of accept all sin so that nobody would have to experience eternal death or eternal damnation.
Where does the Bible does it say Jesus loves everyone?
He bled from every pore, and he saw all the sins of man and bled from every pore.
Cool. Did you see the part in Luke 19 where he says, "Those who didn't want me to be king over them, bring them before me in my very presence and have them slaughtered"?
If I may look that up real quick, I apologize. Luke 19:21.
It's in. I thought it was Luke 19. I can get you the passage real quick.
That would be great. I apologize. And I will add that I do not, again, believe in the word of God.
Yeah, Luke 19:27.
Not the word of God, the word of man. I apologize.
Well, again, you have no way of knowing what is from man and what is from God. You're just picking and choosing the parts that you like.
Well,
no,
more than that,
again,
the claim that you made is that you believe that the word of God is the stuff that is consistent across all versions and all books and so on.
Yes.
But what Justin is pointing out is that this idea that Jesus loved everybody is not consistently in every book, because he just gave you an example in Luke where Jesus says, yeah, actually, if you don't love me, bring them to me so I can slaughter them.
Luke 19:27.
Yeah, at the end of the parable of the 10 pounds, when he's giving a parable about how he's leaving and he's coming back and he is the king, right? At the end of the parable, he says, "I tell you, to all those who have more will be given, but from those who have nothing, even that which they have will be taken away. But as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence." He also says, in order to follow me, you must hate your mother, your father, brother, and sister.
Huh.
Luke chapter 14, I believe.
Yeah, that's a good point. I can't really see anything wrong with that specific statement. I do appreciate you bringing up a good point on that. And I did mention, however, that, again, I do believe that Jesus was the Christ, and that what I believe in is not the word of man. Because, again, most translations of the Bible, if not every translation of the Bible, does vary somewhat. A good example being the King James V Bible, changing the word from tyrant to, I believe it was oppressor, or I can't remember the specific example, but every single translation, unless directly, Christ spoke it to someone or spoke it to me, I can't verifiably believe that, because
So the whole Bible's out.
Right. Somewhat, yes, but at the same time,
Then why do you believe Jesus is the Messiah?
Is there another one?
No.
Well, you could just not believe that such a thing exists.
No, I believe that Jesus was the Messiah.
How do you know he's
But
a
why?
Messiah?
Because it's the religion that the majority of the world believes.
Oh, just 'cause a lot of people believe it doesn't mean true.
Yeah, if you're in like ancient
Statistically
Greece.
statistically speaking, if something is more often happening in a certain scenario, not a certain scenario, if something happens more often than not, like leading towards something, it's more often true than not.
Are you seriously making an argumentum ad populum?
Yeah.
Like you're seriously saying, well, if most people believe it, so 2,500 years ago, when everybody thought the Earth was flat, would you say that that's most likely to be true?
Oh fuck, that's a really good argument. I apologize.
That's chill.
That's the damn. I do appreciate the statements. A friend told me to come on here. I was talking about this with him prior.
I don't think he's a very good friend. I think he set you up.
No, it's okay. Well, I think it's it's chill, right? Like it's okay to not have answers to these things, right? It's just something to think about.
No, he was speaking to me. He's like, very much. And why would he be a bad friend? You know,
I'm just playing with you, man.
If a belief can't hold up to criticism, then the belief is inherently incorrect. You know, if you can't tell me that I'm wrong and prove to me that I'm wrong, you know, if you can prove to me that I'm wrong, then my belief is incorrect. That's just what it is. But I'm trying to think of a way to kind of disagree with you on this. An unpopular argument. If we prove something to be a certain way, does it mean that what we believed it was prior to that wasn't what we believed it to be? Because religion in and of itself is not rooted in fact.
So, when you prove something to be, when you get like proven wrong, you certainly believe the thing, you were just wrong about it. And, you know, we have our like human cognitive biases such that there's like certain like phenomena, like certain questions that basically everyone gets wrong. Like a great example of this is, so let's say that we have like a person named Laura. She's a lawyer. I fucked it up already. Never mind.
Oh, good.
But there's like certain cognitive biases. I was gonna do like a Bayesian mistake, but you know, there's like certain cognitive biases. Yeah, go for it, Blitz.
Yeah, here's an example. So, how does this go? What is it? It's a father and his 3 sons are driving in a car, and they get into a car crash, and it's like nearly fatal, everybody dies except one son. And then the surgeon comes into the room trying to repair this child and says, I can't operate on him. He's my son. Who's the surgeon?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a paradox, because obviously the answer is his mother, but most people have this cognitive bias of thinking, surgeons, fathers, they're the same thing.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, okay.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I don't understand.
It was an example of cognitive bias.
Okay, wait. So let's say so I'm so sorry. This is like I feel unhinged right. I feel like I look unhinged right now. But hold on.
You are unhinged right now.
Okay. So we have a bat and a ball. The total cost of the bat and the ball is $1.10, and there is $1 difference between the bat and the ball. What's the price? And we'll say like the bat is more than the ball. What's the price of each?
There's $1 difference between the bat and the ball, and
yep.
It's $1.10.
Add up to $1.10.
Is there tax?
No.
What is the price of each? So the bat and the ball. The bat is
$1 more than the ball. The total price is $1.10. What's the price of the ball?
See, it feels like a setup because the price of both is $1.10. Is it a bundle deal?
No, it doesn't matter. No, nothing.
Don't worry. Okay, maybe we should just move on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize
It's fine.
for like being
It's
confused on
fine.
this, but like it's $1.10. I guess the logical answer would be the bat is $1 and the bat and the ball is 10 cents.
Yes, exactly. Yes, but that's an incorrect answer. Almost everyone gives that answer, but it's wrong. Like a dollar is not a dollar more than 10 cents, right? Like a dollar more than 10 cents would be $1.10. But the bat is like a full dollar more than the ball. There's like a cognitive bias. Almost everyone gets this wrong. So if we go based on what like the majority population thinks, we arrive at the wrong answer to this question.
What is the correct answer?
The correct answer is that
$1.05.
yeah,
So
the ball is 5 cents, the bat is $1.05, and then together they add up to $1.10.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That that does make sense, but
But almost everybody gets it wrong, is the point.
no, that does make sense. But
Yeah,
Damn.
I think it's just a good indication that you should be skeptical. So it's not that like what the majority believes is like always wrong and you should always believe a different thing, but it's just that what the majority believes very often is susceptible to things like cognitive biases, and especially in the case of something like religion, there's a lot of really hard questions out there in life, questions that require a lot of research, questions that don't have easy answers. And in these instances, it's really easy to say, well, the answer to this question must just be there's like an agent behind it who has the power and desire to do it and then just did it. Like, well, why does the universe exist? It's because there's a God who wanted to make the universe and had the power to make the universe. It's like a simple explanation to a really complex question, and that plays heavily into our cognitive biases.
Right, but at the same time, well, first off, I would like to explain my reasoning for coming on to here. I would like to be disproven, because if I am proven wrong, that means I am wrong. Simple as is. There's more information for me to understand, and being wrong, and if my belief is wrong, I would like to know it. And y'all seem to be pretty good at proving people wrong. But at the same time, the simple explanation versus the complex explanation, do we still know how the universe started? And my viewpoint on that, correct. My viewpoint on that,
we don't think it
science-
started, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, my viewpoint on science is the way to explain the complexity of how God works. Right? It's the mechanics of how God did what he did. They can go hand in hand.
Why?
Why?
I mean, so
why what?
over time, over like the history of ideas, something that we've noticed is that God has gotten pushed like farther and farther backwards. That it used to be like a very like direct, like, well, God said abracadabra, then the earth appeared, and then he said alakazam, and then like life appeared. And then as we learned more about the universe, he got pushed back like 13.8 billion years prior to the state that it's currently in. God got pushed further and further back, and I think we have like a good inductive case on that alone to assume that he's going to get pushed even farther and farther back, till eventually we have no need for him at all.
So, understanding more information is part of growth, if I'm not mistaken. So we gain more information, we grow in our knowledge, and if that does push God aside, we might be correct. But at the end of the day, it is also, and again, disprove me wrong, but we won't know the answer to this definitively until we die, which at that point we can't come back from.
Well, so we can,
except the one guy.
What's the example? I would like to know, just to know, because I'm not sure.
I was just talking about Jesus.
No.
I'm not sure if he did come back. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't.
Sorry, that was a distraction. Continue.
Oh, no worries.
So okay, it seems like you're throwing out like the majority of the Bible, which I think is the correct thing to do. I think the Bible is like flatly indefensible. The problem is that if you throw out the Bible, then you really have no basis for even thinking that there is an afterlife. You can have a God who just doesn't make an afterlife. So you actually, in this instance, would have no way of knowing.
Why would God make why would God make us conscious and exist for no point?
Maybe he has like a purpose that's just completely beyond our comprehension, and doesn't involve
Why
us
would
having
he?
an afterlife. Maybe he just threw random like sets of values together, in terms of like constants, and then what the values resulted in was this life. A million different possibilities for why God might do something like that.
But why? What would be
Maybe
the
he
point?
likes watching people die.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe he's evil. Maybe he's like super
But
cruel.
you're going by a definition of not all-knowing, all-loving, and all-powerful.
Whoa, so if that's the definition you're going by, then
That's
disproving your God becomes like a lot easier.
that's kind of the definition that I've been going by this entire time, is that Christianity is a religion based on love. More
Okay,
so.
sure. So then I'll just
Certainly
run like a
not
classic
that.
problem of evil
that-
at you. So if God's
in
all
that
good,
forming.
all powerful, and all knowing, then why does he allow kids to die of cancer?
Why did your mom spank you if she did?
Cancer?
She did.
She
It's a
didn't, but if
different-
she did, then
if
it would
she
have been
did.
to like realign my behavior. I don't think the kid who dies of cancer gets like their behavior realigned.
It's too. Damn,
Yeah, the goal of
I'm sort of sorry. I apologize if I'm not being a great speaker
okay.
on this.
fine.
You're doing
But
fine.
and obviously cancer is a horrible thing, but heaven is described as eternal bliss. You can't have a frame of reference for good without bad.
why can't you? Was God not good before he created everything terribly?
If you only ever ate oatmeal, would you know what spiciness tastes like?
No, I asked you
doesn't
about
know what
God.
good is?
Does God
No, you
not?
said- you
Does
said-
God not
you
know
said
how to
why-
experience
no,
good?
No. You told me, why would we not be able to have good without bad?
Right.
Why can you have
And then I
one
gave you
without
an
the-
example, and then you ran away from it. So my example is:
No,
was
the original
God
question.
was God
asked
good before he invented bad?
Was God good before he invented bad?
Like, say before the fall of humans or something.
If God is all powerful, why would he be one or the other?
Yes or no? Can God
Well,
experience?
you're the one defending an all-loving God, right?
Yeah, you believe in an all good
No,
God.
I'm
yeah.
asking this as a hypothetical. I'm not asking this as a statement. I'm asking this as a
So
hypothetical.
the argument goes against your specific conception of God. If you jettison his all goodness, then there's different problems for him. But I mean, that's like basically that's what you're left with. You either need to come up with an explanation for these like horrible things like kids with cancer, or alternatively, you need to say, well, God's not all good.
Oh, sick. Okay, so was it Justin? Yeah, that's the question. Could you repeat that question?
Yeah,
I
you're
just
saying
wanna-
you were suggesting that bad has to exist because you can't know what good is otherwise, and I'm suggesting that that's not a nonsensical viewpoint in your worldview because you believe that God was completely good and theoretically was experiencing goodness before bad existed.
I have a way that I view this in my head, but I'm kind of trying to find the words for it. Again, I do apologize if I'm not a really good speaker on this. But if God is all good, yet He is all powerful, therefore He is outside of our scope of reference in in a lot of terms. But also, I believe this one. If God is all good, then how could He have not had bad? Can He not just be good?
I'm confused.
I didn't hear a cogent question.
So, if God, how can... Damn. Y'all's explanation is really good. I can't say that I really do believe anymore.
Hey, that's awesome.
Big W.
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with believing, though, as long as it's something that gives hope to people. I mean,
That's chill.
I mean,
That's not true.
some people's days are better because they believe in God.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what we're describing here isn't like a true belief. What we're describing here is like a way of coping. And if people use their religion as like a way of coping, great. awesome. But that doesn't mean it's true, right? What we're claiming is that it's not true, not that you can't use it to cope.
Well, again, truth is with something like God, I feel like that's a personal thing, if I'm not mistaken. You know, what you believe, if you think one is right and one is wrong, truth can be personal without being logical, right? If you feel bad today, that's true. May not be logical. Maybe you just kind of felt sad today. That's not logical. That's not the truth if the truth is defined by logic.
So it feels like we have some, like, just a bit of like conflation of terms here. So I take logic to be the rules of like valid inference.
Mhm.
I don't know why you being sad like goes against the rules of invalid inference. Like maybe what you're saying is like you're sad, but it's not for like a good enough reason. But that wouldn't undercut the fact that you are sad. You can
So,
say like your emotions don't need to be properly justified in order to happen, but the fact that your emotion is happening isn't like illogical. There's no logical contradiction in your emotion happening. We still live in like a logical reality that conforms to these laws of logic.
I would. There's exceptions to that rule, and I don't want to use exceptions to the rule argument.
Well, you can, right? If
No,
there are exceptions to the rule,
right, but
then
it's
the
not the
rule goes
rule.
away. So you
No,
should
if there's
point out the
exceptions,
exceptions.
well, if the exceptions to the rule, you know, most people die when they get shot in the head, but it's happened before that people have gotten shot in the head and they
Yeah,
didn't die. So
yeah,
if there's exceptions to the rule, then it's not a valid rule.
I agree. Yeah. So what
Right.
we would say in this instance, right, is that it's not a rule that getting shot in the head kills you. And I agree. That's literally just true, right? That's not a rule. Now most people who get shot in the head will. I should censor my words better. I'm sorry, Justin. This is probably doing abysmal for your
It'll be
For You
okay.
page algorithm. But in so we would say the rule that we would put forward is that most people do get unalived after this like happens to them. But we would never say that this happen like everyone gets unalived when this happens to them.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you say that if there is exceptions to the rule, then the rule is invalid? I might have misunderstood you. I do
Yeah.
apologize.
So
But
the rule that I would hold is that most people who get, shot in the head, most of these people like don't survive.
right, but
That's
if there,
true.
but I thought what you said was if there's exceptions to the rule, then the rule is invalid.
So the rule that we're putting forward in this instance is like a claim about statistics that more than 50%, and that's just true. That is like just a statistical fact that more than 50%
Right.
don't survive. Now, I would never put forward the rule that every single person who gets shot in the head doesn't survive, because that's not true.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's a 100% statement when the statement itself cannot be 100%.
Yep.
So, I still can't seem to see why what you were trying to lead towards with that statement. I do apologize again, but why did you what was this point
So I
leading?
guess so. What the point leads to the best of my recollection, is that you said you didn't want to cite like an exception to the rule. You didn't want to appeal to the exception, and I'm trying to help you have like the strongest argument you can, and I'm telling you that you actually should use the exception. If we're putting forward, if our worldview, the atheist worldview, the things that we've said in this conversation require like a 100% thing, then you should use the exceptions to disprove that 100% thing.
The atheist being 100%.
Yeah, whatever you said the sentence specifically that that you didn't want to use the exceptions to the rule. I'm not sure on what issue you don't want to use the exceptions to the rule, but I'm encouraging you that you should probably do that. It's totally fine. You should use the exceptions to the rule to disprove the rule. That's like good reasoning skills. That's like the first thing you learn in like a mathematical logic class, is that the negation for like a universal, like for any, for all claim is to find like a single instance where it doesn't hold.
I've noticed this happening a lot during this conversation, and I feel as though this is my fault. I don't know if I stated entirely what
You're
the
good.
purpose of me coming on here was.
Sure.
I'm entirely okay with there not being a God, but I guess let me figure out how to rephrase what I sort of believe in. I believe there is a God that can be as equally disproven as well as equally disproven. I mean, as easily proven as it can be disproven. The fact that we, while, and the only way that we can prove it or disprove it is after what happens. After we die, sorry. The only way the only time we can be able to disprove it or prove it is when we die.
So we can disprove your specific conception of God, though. So for any conception of God, there is a disproof that we can give for this. So
Okay.
I'll just give you a really classic problem of evil. You believe in a God who is all good, all powerful, and all knowing. So if he's all powerful, then he has the power to prevent evil. If he's all knowing, then he would know where all of the evil is. And if he's all good, then he would have the desire to eradicate all of this evil as far as he can. So he knows how to, he knows where it is, and he wants to eradicate it. So we should expect no evil. But there is evil, which means that we can't have a God who is all good, all powerful, and all knowing.
So, did you ever get your immunizations as a child? Legitimate question, did you?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy getting those shots?
I didn't, but I'd say in this instance, if what we're appealing to is a necessary good, there's going to be a lot of like unnecessary goods that are not going to be able to be explained. Or like, not unnecessary goods, like unnecessary evils, like evils that don't have like a higher good associated with them.
That either you or I could explain.
Oh, but then you run into a problem.
I suspect you couldn't.
Well, when you were a child, could you explain reasonably how or why you needed to get this painful shot?
But you're just presupposing that there's a higher reason. But if that's the only line of evidence, then I just would presuppose that there's not, right?
Neither of us are correct or wrong in that statement.
We can also
be correct or wrong.
But you'll get vatted.
You'll get vatted is the problem, yeah.
What's vatted?
You're about to become a brain in a vat. So,
oh, okay.
Do you think so? You're basically saying that God has like God does things that seem not good, but he has like higher reasons for it. Is that correct?
He might. I can't be right or wrong in that statement because I don't know. I'm not him or her or whatever they are. Yeah. I don't believe that God does have a gender because it's God.
So,
well, I mean, like, come on. Like, really, why would God need sexual organs? You know?
I agree. So how do you know that God isn't deceiving you about the existence of literally any part of reality for reasons that are higher than your understanding, for these like higher reasons to God? Maybe there's a good that can only be achieved by deceiving you about everything, and in fact, none of the universe even exists, and it's all just a deception by God. How do you know that that isn't the case in your worldview?
Trying to think. I do have a specific argument in mind for this, but I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it. How do you know that you are going to find your car outside of the building that you're in?
It's just going to come down to like the inductive case that it's been there every other time. Objects tend to stay where we leave them, so it's very probable. And like my building has like good security, so
I feel
based on like
that I
all
made
these
the improper
things.
argument.
Understatement of the year.
I do apologize on that one specifically. I did make the incorrect statement. So how can we say that there isn't a higher reasoning for what we're doing? I guess.
How do you know that God isn't deceiving you for like just some reason that's beyond our comprehension?
How do you know you woke up today?
Because it seems like I woke up and I'm justified in believing my seemings unless there's a reason to think that they're not accurate. Now, in my worldview, where there is no God who has higher reasons to do things that seem evil, In my worldview, that's not a problem, right? I don't have any defeaters, anything that makes me think that my seemings are inaccurate. In your worldview, you do, namely that there's a God who has higher reasons, and you're agnostic to what those higher reasons are, which means that his higher reasons could totally lead you to deceiving you about all these things.
Do I have a reason to believe he might be deceiving me?
So you're agnostic to his higher reasons is the problem, right? So what you're adopting is this position called skeptical theism.
Do I have a
Well,
reason
wait,
to
do we have
believe
a
that he's
reason?
risen?
Yeah, do we have a reason to believe that God has a higher purpose for allowing like kids to be unalived by cancer, for example? That's going to be like the parody here.
I mean, he allows it.
Yeah, so do we have a higher reason for why?
Yeah.
Do we have a reason to believe that he has a higher reason?
Well,
maybe.
If he allows it, then I would assume
the
so.
alternative is that he allows it because he likes seeing children suffer, for example.
Yeah,
Like
and maybe
that would be a plausible explanation.
Yeah, and maybe maybe we know that God has a higher reason for deceiving you about everything because he allows it. It's just presupposing the conclusion.
Well, I mean, shit.
Right,
because it would be a logical explanation to say that he likes it, but also it would be a logical explanation that he has a higher reason to do it.
Right, but in your worldview, you can't know if God is good or bad or evil, or you can't know anything about God. You're just presupposing the characteristics of God. But it is equally as plausible that I can presuppose that there's an evil God and he's hiding or fooling you for reasons beyond your comprehension. That's equally as plausible.
Yeah, but again, this is a belief.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
Right,
We have
so
beliefs.
why are you coming at this from the standpoint of this is also as equally as probable? I accept it as probable, but I believe this. Why?
So
you know,
the way the argument functions, it's just an entailment. So you're adopting a position that's referred to in the literature as skeptical theism, which is just stating like we actually can't make claims about what it would be good for God to do or what it wouldn't be good for God to do because he's just like way higher than us. So we can't possibly label something as like an action that God would do or an action that God wouldn't do. Because he's like so much more elevated than us.
I can believe what would be a good thing and what would be a bad thing.
So yeah, exactly. But the problem is the entailment of this view is you can't make any claims about what God would or wouldn't do, which means you can't make any claims about whether or not God would or wouldn't deceive you. You forfeit the right to claim that God wouldn't just deceive you about everything, which means you forfeit the right to claim that you aren't deceived about everything.
Can you say anything with any guarantee?
With any what?
Can you say anything with any guarantee at that point? You
know, in your view, I don't think so.
No, can you?
Yeah, I can say
in your
stuff.
day-to-day life.
Yeah.
With a guarantee.
Yeah.
Can you it will be this way?
Yeah, 1 + 1 = 2.
In your life, again, personal life, God is not a factual statement.
Sure. When I feel happy, then I feel happy.
Until you don't, because
but when I do,
you're happy about was
then
a
I
bad
do.
thing at the end of the day.
When I feel happy, do you agree that I do feel happy?
Again, I have a point on this. Let's say somebody's happy because they're in a manic state, or they're mentally ill, right? And they get into a state, or they have a psychological break, and they do something really bad, and they feel happy while doing it, but afterwards, when they restabilize, they feel bad.
Yeah. So when he feels happy, then he felt happy, and when he doesn't feel happy, then he doesn't feel happy.
He views his happiness in different terms, in more logical terms.
What?
You're putting a time barrier into the problem that Ian's presenting. He's not saying that I felt happy at one point and then later didn't feel happy. He's saying if I feel happy now in this very moment, then I feel happy. We're not asking if he wasn't happy later.
So you're saying that if you feel good, then you feel good, but that's not a law of the universe, right? 1 + 1 = 2, correct, but happiness is not a universal thing. You can't measure happiness on atomic decay or something like that.
Do you know when
So
you're happy?
Can you tell me definitively after an exact second has passed?
No.
'Cause you feel like a second.
You as a
No, you
person,
feel
do you know when you're happy?
when you count from 1 to 2. Do you know
It's
exactly
just a
what's
yes
going
or
on?
no. When you're happy, do you know that you're happy?
My question is the exact same as yours.
It's actually not. It needs to be an answer, not a question. It's yes or
No,
no.
because
When you are happy, are you aware that you are happy?
again, it's not a constant, so I can't say yes or no.
Well, wait. So none of this presupposes that it's like a constant forever thing. Just that when it happens, you know it, you feel it, you experience it.
Again,
And that experience
apologize, but
changes.
I can't
Sometimes it
say-
shifts, but it is like A equals A levels of simple. Like 1 is 1. When you are happy, you are happy. It is like, it's tautological.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the word tautological.
It just means that it's like, gosh, Blitz, can you give a definition? Because all I want to say is that it's like very obviously true.
A tautological statement is a statement that is true without needing essentially external data to make it true. So the statement that a book is a book, that's true without even knowing what a book is. That's true without any reference to an external reality. That's just a true statement.
A total. So if you are happy, then you can say that you are happy.
Yep.
See, I feel like this is a way to trip me up because I know for a fact it is.
Not a
Because you want
trap.
me to go off. I answer yes or I answer no. I'm gonna be wrong in both statements, but I'm curious to say what happens if I say yes. Then yes,
Well, yeah, then
if
there's
you
just
feel
some
happy-
things that you can be certain about from our worldview, at least.
Yeah, but put yourself in somebody else's shoes. If they feel happy, but you're in their shoes, would you feel happy?
He's not
Wait,
making
so
definitive statements about other people. He's making a definitive statement about himself. You asked him if he can make claims of truthfulness. Does he have the ability? In his worldview, he is certain about his own feelings, not about yours.
Yeah. I would make the claim that all we can probably do is like induce or like gather the evidence to determine what somebody else is feeling. We can't know for certain what somebody else is feeling, but you can know for certain what you're feeling.
I mean, yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so
No.
that's the thing that you can be certain of in
Yeah,
the atheist worldview.
I suppose. I feel as though God is not I guess a universal constant, like how we measure time, right? But he's more of a emotional thing, in the same sort of category where it doesn't follow the same rules.
Is he like a real dude who really exists and has like a real mind?
I feel as though that it's an unexplored realm of science, if you want to say it that way. We didn't understand how quantum mechanics works, and I don't understand how it works, but I do know that we're still trying to figure it out, right?
Does God have a mind?
Did we know how quantum mechanics worked like 100 years ago? Or that it
Yes,
even
actually.
existed?
Okay.
Today this year is the 100th anniversary of
Okay,
the Solvay
okay, well,
conference.
God damn it, okay, 105 years ago.
Less well, but it was still being talked about.
Oh, I can keep going back with the time frame.
But
The year is
there was-
1900. That's the year you're looking for.
Was it really?
Does
shoot,
God
yeah,
have
it's
a
2025.
mind is the key question, right? Because if you
But,
believe
we
that God
don't
has
know.
a
We
mind,
We don't know.
well then what you believe in isn't God, because God by his very definition has a mind. He's an entity. He's a deity.
I when I say no, I don't mean I don't believe it. I said I can't. I mean I can't prove it.
Oh,
When
okay.
if you know something, you can prove it to yourself because you're trying to disprove the existence of God. Therefore, you know it. Maybe he's not real, and that's a reality that's seemingly getting closer and closer and closer to something that makes sense more so and more so to me. But at the same time, I don't know. Maybe what are you meowing at me for? Come on. She hopped up on my lap. My cat. I apologize.
No, you're good.
You know, I don't know. Honestly, it'd be cool if he was real. I guess that's. I don't really have any other arguments.
That's fine.
You guys
I
have,
guess I just don't find that very compelling at all.
No, I legitimately can't. It's kind of a sinking ship scenario where it's like, oh, it'd be really cool to believe God's real because it's like, feels like, even when I'm like by myself, somebody is like happy to see me. But at the same time, it's like, logically speaking, that's not true. And it's kind of, it sucks to kind of accept it, but like, it's just the way it is. But
Well, I think
I don't
we've
know.
reached like kind of the
Yeah, of course. And I mean, I do appreciate, and that's kind of what I came on here to do, is I came on here to be like, if I can't argue my point and my point is disproven, then my point is incorrect.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like something to take and think about.
No, I
It seems
mean,
like you're pretty close. Like if you reject if you don't believe like the Bible, which is like you shouldn't believe the Bible. The Bible has, I don't know, as Justin will tell you, tons of contradictions, tons of nonsense, tons of like
yeah.
crazy evil things.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the Bible says I can like have slaves, and that's like not
Yeah.
a good thing to do.
Yeah.
That's arguably not a good thing, I would hope to say.
Yeah, we agree. Yeah.
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 So, like I can't date my boyfriend because, I should be like stoned, cool.
Yeah.
That's not a
Yeah,
good thing.
horrible. Awful. Yeah, absolutely. But it sounds like you're on your potentially deconstruction journey, and we wish you the best of luck with that.
No, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you guys being kind and, not being like, "Yo, you're stupid" and whatever, but it's like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like it would be nice to believe, but at the same time, I guess I did come on here because like it's the final straw of like, okay, cool. These long-held beliefs can just be disproven by people that I've never interacted with or whatever, and they've never had time to build up against my specific arguments. If they can disprove me or like explain to me why I'm wrong, then if
Yeah.
they can do that, then I am wrong.
Yeah.
You
Well,
go to church and it's like, oh, cool, this, that, or the other, and like, no, but it's
Yeah.
c'est la vie, I suppose.
Yep. All right. Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate it. Have a good day, all of
Thanks
you.
for being
All
here.
right.
Thank you.
Cheers. Have
Bye-bye.
a good one.
Cheers.
All right, gentlemen, who are we taking next? We have Talking to Moon, who's a Muslim apologist. We have I Don't Know, who's been waiting for a very long time, but is an agnostic. We have Christos is back. We have Otangelo. We have a few other people. What are we doing?
How can we possibly make this decision? So
Well-
many choices.
Yeah, pray about it. I'm going to read a super chat. And Flanker, thank you for the super chat. Says W guess for being honest. Keep questioning. Yeah, I say big W for any guest that's willing to be
Huge
honest
W.
with the points of argumentation. I remember being in a similar position where I was trying to deconstruct my beliefs, and it was hard to let go. It really is hard. Flanker again with another super chat says, what's the difference between attaching a god to the origin of the universe because we don't know, and people saying Zeus made lightning before we knew? It's basically the same thing.
Not
It's
a
the
whole lot. Yeah.
It's the same thing. And Garbage Man, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, none suffer in heaven. I suffer from my active empathy for others.
Don't you mean Garba Gaiman?
Listen now. We're gonna fight later, Blitz. He said,
Gabagool. Garba Gaiman.
Garba Gaiman!
Garba Gaiman.
It says,
Sorry.
I would have to destroy my own empathy in heaven. But that's a really good point, Garbage Man, because theoretically there's no suffering in heaven, but we know that our loved ones are in hell. If I knew my loved ones are in hell, I could never be happy in heaven. Last one from John. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. John O'Neill says, I am paying a self-imposed fine for my hostility in chat. I have to accept that I don't have the temperament for these debates. And John, we get it. It's hard to
based
based
self-reflection.
But thank you so much for the super chat and for paying the fine. We appreciate that. Did the Power of Doug give you guys an answer on who's coming up next?
I think that we should take up Talking to Moon next.
Yeah,
because Talking to Moon is making a bunch of interesting claims, and even Christos wants Talking to Moon to come up before. So
okay. I mean, we could bring them up at the same time, and they can fight each other. It sounds like were those the two arguing in the chat?
We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that.
Counter-apologetic.
We should first destroy Talking to Moon's view. Then we should destroy Christos' view.
All right, let's have it.
Yeah.
How you doing, Moon?
We got a #1 victory royale.
Am I on? Can I be heard?
Yeah, we can.
Am I clear? Okay, excellent. By the way, I like the whole destroy Talking to Moon before we destroy Christos. How do you know you're going to destroy me?
We'll split you in half, just like the
Can
moon
I
was
ask,
sent.
is this 3 against 1, by the way? I'm already up against the panel here.
Yeah, so technically, usually, when we're talking with Christians, it's usually more balanced because they have the Trinity on their side, but technically, I guess it's 2v3 in your case, because you have God on your side.
Yeah, but of course, like all things are possible through Allah, so you should be able to clutch it up. I mean, so I think
that's weird. Saying it like that is weird. That's not how we think. We Muslims don't think in terms of like by having sort of an abstract idea of God and we kind of like bounce everything off of Him. We think differently, and that's because our religion kind of the perspective our religion comes from is the perspective of reason. Like the first verse in the Quran, the first revelation to Muhammad when he was revealed through the Quran is not how the Quran is currently ordered. If you open it, it was actually Ikra bismi rabbika alladhi halak, which means read in the name of your Lord who created man from a clot of coagulated blood. Read. So he's instructing Muhammad to learn. Basically, that's the first instruction God gives to man.
You think men are made from blood coagulation?
Sorry.
I'm just super curious. Why is the literacy rate in like Muslim majority countries generally so low then?
Listen,
not all Muslim majority countries, but many.
Look, I don't know the statistics you're referring to. But by the way, I'm not Arab background. I'm actually Eastern European. My background. I'm not like an Arab in terms of culture. So I'm Eastern European from.
So like Iraq has a 50% literacy rate, for example.
Look, I can't answer this question.
That's
they've been through war. I mean, that's one thing we got to consider. That 1 million of them got killed, during the.
Pakistan has a 59% literacy rate. They haven't been in war for.
Is that
decades.
which statistics are you reading?
This is from Index Monday. It's from the CIA World Fact Book.
But even if that's true or not, I mean, how does that reflect on the religion?
Well, all I'm saying.
Are we talking
so we're talking about the just ability to read and write. All I'm saying is that there's got to be some other reasons for why these things are the case, and if the claim is that this is the most important thing in Islam, if the claim is that this is the most important thing in Islam, then they're just not being very good Muslims, I guess.
No. Okay, hang on. So you're saying that they're going against the verses of the Quran that
apparently
talk about learning? Look, man, there's wars over there, as you can see. Currently,
in Pakistan,
there's that region is engulfed with problems because there's all these. Okay, look, when you got, Iraq got destroyed in 2000.
Okay, what about Pakistan?
Yeah, we destroyed their cricket team last year. Let's go.
All those people got dispersed to various different countries. People lost their families. Yeah, I was actually born in Yugoslavia, which is a communist state, right? My parents, my grandparents were
Weren't
atheists.
the literacy rates like sky high in Yugoslavia?
Yeah, because we okay, so you. Nice little twist of argument you made there, like because these people were atheists and communists, the literacy was high. Look,
communists are famously good at increasing literacy rates.
Okay. So you're saying everyone's an idiot and stupid and can't read because they're Muslims?
I don't think that's what Blitz said.
Okay, that's not fair. Let's not. Okay, anyway, can I get back
to
what
I agree that's an unfair characterization of what Blitz said. Yeah.
It's not. There's countries have problems and they do have problems. I've been to that region because we go to the Mecca and all that. And other than like Dubai and all that, a lot where there's an extreme amount of money from the oil, those countries they got serious problems from war and migrants that came from Iraq and Syria and the countries in turmoil. There's death, man, in all directions over there. You can smell it,
Yeah.
But anyway.
So okay, what's the evidence that your God exists? Is what I'm curious.
So when you say evidence, obviously, I know people have discussed this with you guys before. When you say evidence, you expect God to just appear out of
No, that's not what I think.
Okay, so you want the
I
kind of
take evidence
that-
Although
as
that would be
being-
very good evidence, by the way.
Well,
That would be great.
yeah,
That'd be
holy
very
fuck,
convincing.
dude.
It'd be
If-
great, but here's the thing: if that occurred, then how would you prove to somebody else that occurred? Like, if God
You
appears to
wouldn't,
you,
but
you're
that
gonna
doesn't
take a
matter
photo
for
of
the
it and go,
question. It's
Huh?
not relevant for the point in question, right?
It is, but
Yeah.
if God appears to you, then okay, you believe it 100%. But how are you going to convince even your sibling who hasn't seen it?
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
that's just like a separate question, right? If God appeared to me right now, then like holy fuck, like I guess I'm a Muslim.
Okay,
but
but we say believer. We don't say Muslim. Muslim is just titles given to the Arabs at the time of people who believed in God. We those terms are not like we don't identify by labels. We Muslims don't do that, except obviously you got extremists and things like that which have problems, and they obviously identify by labels. But actual Islam, proper Islam, when you learn it and understand what it's about, it was a religion about reason, right? And it gave birth to all the sciences that you have today, and it inspired.
So what are the reasons to believe it? Also, that's not true.
Okay, so obviously, as I said, when God appears, right? If God was to appear right now to us today, you're just going from this point that you were making right now. If God was
Well,
to
that's not. I'm open to more forms of evidence, right? I'm open to like historical evidence, scientific evidence,
I'm getting
like a philosophical argument. Like I'm not just looking for God to like appear to me and poof in front of me.
Yeah, I know.
Any of those things would be perfectly acceptable. Do you have one of those things, or do you want to like straw man our position more?
Straw man? I'm not straw man anything.
You're saying that what we say when we mean evidence is like we want God to appear in front of us. That's not what we want.
So what
We've
do you
never
want?
said that that's what we want.
So what do you want?
I just told you. I literally just told you.
How do you define evidence?
I define evidence as a thing that gives you warrant for belief in a proposition. Now, do you have a thing that would give us warrant? Now, commonly this stuff takes the form of like scientific evidence or philosophical evidence, historical evidence, archaeological evidence. Do you have any of this evidence?
If you allow me to explain, I will just about to go ahead and do that. But you guys are kind of cutting me off, and let me just explain.
Go for it. Yeah, let's hear the evidence.
I'm not
that you
preaching,
have.
by the way.
Let's
This is
hear
not
it.
preaching. I'm describing what happens, how we come to this point. So God appears to Muhammad in 600 years after Jesus is gone.
What's the evidence?
Sorry.
What's the evidence?
The Quran. There's literally a Quran that exists today.
What's the evidence that the Quran is true?
Okay, allow me to speak. Okay, so within the Quran, right, the instructions that are given to these people, the Arabs, right?
I don't want story time. I want evidence.
You're asking for something that's like, okay, give me evidence that gravity exists. You know what I mean? I do believe.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, wait. Are we all watching? Yeah, there's the evidence. Look at that. Wait, do you want to see the evidence again?
That's a pen falling out of your hand.
Whoa, look at that. Wait, you want to see more evidence?
Give you the evidence for gravity if you want.
I thought I joined the conversation of intelligent people, and here I am literally like having this back and forth. Like,
I just want evidence. I want evidence for the thing that you believe in.
Stop saying you want evidence. You sound like a Christian talking about flat Earth, please.
I just want evidence, man.
Are you going to keep like interrupting every time I try to speak? Because if you are, I mean, this is pretty like I got to say this.
Look, so the point in question is: are you going to give archaeological evidence, historical evidence, metaphysical evidence in the form of philosophical argumentation, or empirical evidence? Which of those four categories do you think that you want to provide?
And to be sure, complaining about us wanting evidence is not an argument.
Yeah, but okay, you're saying to me like, give me evidence in terms of something that's almost what's it called, unpresentable. You want evidence like, here's a line of that says X, Y, Z, hence this. We're not talking about mathematics. You've gotten the wrong. You're redefining evidence to come to some sort of term. It's like a project 3D space onto like half a dimensional space.
So to be clear, there are many people, both Muslim, Christian, whatever, who will try to provide empirical evidence, try to provide deductive reasoning or evidence in the form of deductive reasoning. They will try to provide metaphysical evidence. They will try to provide archaeological evidence. People do this. We're just asking you to pick what kind of evidence you're going to give us. And
I'm going to give the evidence from the Quran, which God gave to Muhammad, and I'm now giving it to you.
Okay, so this will be like historical evidence, like it'll say something in there, and then we can check the historical record, and it'll be true, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so.
Sure.
Muhammad's given instructions by God. Of course, he has to reform this entire society, which doesn't have anything, by the way, doesn't have a government, doesn't have a system, doesn't have anything, and it gives them information and gives them knowledge that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. Okay, I'll give you one example of something that came later on that's sourced from the Quran. You believe in evolution theory, right? We don't, and by the way, we Muslims don't deny the evolution theory. We're not against science. Science was nurtured in our cradle. You know, it came from us. Your algebra comes from us. Your chemistry was turned into modern chemistry from us. Your optics and your calculations of finding.
Why did God give false information?
Sorry.
Why did God give false information?
So why did what? Sorry.
Why did God give false information?
Who said that?
The Quran says things which are scientifically untrue. It says
Like?
that the prostate is between the spine and the rib cage.
No, prostate. Where does it say prostate?
It says the source of the spurting fluid, referring to sperm, comes from a place between the spine and the rib cage.
No. I'm sorry. You're not. Okay, what's the word for it? The Arabic word? If you're such.
I don't speak Arabic,
Exactly,
but I can speak the
let's not get
translation.
into
So
linguistics about those things.
if you want to reject like every single
Okay, I'll give you.
Quran scholar analysis on this.
Can I speak? I'll give you an exact verse from the Quran that talks specifically about the Big Bang before people even knew existed.
Wait. But why does God give why does God give false information?
Yeah, I'd be running away from this too if I was him.
Running from what?
So, okay, think about it like this.
You
Think
said
about
it's
it like
false. You don't
this.
even know the Arabic. How can you say something is false when you don't know what's been the topic of conversation?
We can
First of
read
all,
translation.
Wait, do you know Greek? Wait, do you think the Bible is false, and do you know Greek?
The position of the Muslims when it comes to the Bible is that first of all, we Jesus is a prophet of.
Well, try this again though. But do you know Greek?
No, I don't know Greek. I can speak.
Do you think
Yugoslavian,
everything
like,
in the New Testament is true?
I'm not a Christian.
Do you think everything in the New Testament is true?
I probably think that a lot of the stuff that was written in the New Testament was written by people. Yeah, that
is there anything in the New Testament that's untrue?
We don't believe that Jesus was crucified, for example.
Try this again. It's just a yes or no, and I think you know the answer is no. Are there falsehoods in the New Testament?
There's some truth in the Bible because we believe it in the Quran. It's mentioned that there was a revelation.
So we'll try this again. It's a yes or no question. Are there things in the New Testament that are untrue?
Listen, first of all, I came on here to talk about my perspective.
Try this again. Are there things in the New Testament that are untrue? Yes or no?
Is it you that can't actually have this conversation in America?
Try this again.
It is you. You can't answer a basic question.
It's yes or no. Does the New Testament say anything that's untrue?
The New Testament has nothing to do with us. I don't know.
It does. It has to do with the argument Ian and you are having right now. You're claiming that we can't know if the Quran is true because we don't know Arabic. I'm asking you if you know things in the Bible are true or untrue if you don't know Greek. Do you understand?
Do you understand my point? I said that he can't use Arabic terms about what we're talking about if he doesn't understand Arabic. What does it say? Prostrate. What's the word for prostrate? Prostate in Arabic.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know. I don't speak Arabic.
Google it. Find the verse that you're talking about, and find.
Why does it matter? Do you think that the translations are wrong?
Chat GPT. Look, go to Chat GPT because you can't.
Moon. Do you think that the translations are wrong?
We believe that the people who write those books and they had some truth and then they had some things that they put in them. That
I'm talking about the translations of the Quran. Do you think that the translations found on Quran.com are wrong?
Oh my god!
It's a yes or no, by the way.
Okay, so the Arabic is untouched, 100%. We have.
That's not the question. The question is whether or not Quran.com translated the words correctly.
Transliterations, which means they try to help you understand those.
We'll try this again. Again, it's a yes or no. Did Quran.com translate the words correctly?
Facetious right now. Let me try this again. Like I'm stupid. Like, why do you speak like this?
Just say yes or no.
It's a yes or no.
It's really yes or no. We'll try this.
So I promise you can explain. You can say yes because or no because. We will let you explain. But the answer has to be yes or no. Or you could say, I don't think the question is well posed, and then you can explain that, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think the question is well posed because.
Okay, now explain why you think there's a flaw in the question.
The translation is not just a direct translation where it's like word for word. It's obviously transliteration, and the Quran, for example, is a very deep book. It cross references other verses, and the verses that you have today, for example, are not ordered in the order of that was revealed. Like you're not getting this is how Muhammad heard him. So the verses are reorganized and restructured in a way to that was instructed by him. To do with the message of what was going on in his life, what was going on at the time, what's going on in the future.
Can we read the tafsir and get an idea of what it means if we don't know Arabic?
Okay, so then you have to when it comes to the tafsir. Okay,
crazy. It was just yes or no question. Does reading the tafsir give us insight as to?
Do you read?
Try this again. If we read the various tafsirs that are written on these passages in Arabic, is it possible for us to glean information that is in the text from reading the tafsir?
Dude, you are facetious. You're not having a conversation. Actually,
very easy because we don't read Arabic, but as it turns out, there's explanations of the text on Quran.com that explain the text. All we want to know is whether or not those explanations are reliable.
Those explanations are literally you'd have to go to the Arabic to understand.
Are they reliable?
You can't rely on the English for what do you? But you're trying to focus on a word like prostate and
sorry.
Like
do you speak Arabic?
I'll just read it. The tafsir says he is created from water gushing forth, meaning the sexual fluid that comes out bursting forth from the man and the woman. Thus, the child is produced from both of them by permission of Allah. And this is one of the tafsir for the passage that Ian is referring to. It literally says sexual fluids that birth, gave rise to the child.
First of all, stop muting me. Like you're muting me, not allowing me to answer. First and foremost, you're being unfair. You're abusing.
You're not
your power.
answering.
You ask me a question and then you don't allow me to answer it.
You're
keep
not
muting
answering.
me, cutting me off. What sort of a conversation is this? Is this a fair conversation? If we were
You're
having a
not
debate,
answering.
If you would answer, if you would just like answer a question, we wouldn't have to do it.
No, but you because your questions are like they're not proper. Is this E equals MC squared? Does everyone understand that?
They're actually really easy yes or no questions.
No, it's not. It's just it's not. You're misconstruing things to like trying to serve some purpose. The Arabic you said the water gushing.
Do you
forth.
speak Arabic?
Exactly.
Moon?
The word there
Do you
doesn't
speak Arabic?
actually specifically. I can read Arabic. Yeah.
Do you understand it?
We pray every day. We have to use Arabic. We can't pray in
No,
English.
I know, but do you understand it? Are you like fluent?
Like enough. I don't speak it like as well as.
Okay, then why don't you translate it for us?
Okay, well, I just did. It doesn't actually. It doesn't refer. to
so
an
do you know which one we're
refer
referring
to? An
to?
organ. It doesn't say this is the organ. It's just saying that literally that the point of that verse was talking about the man is created from within the human, right?
Yeah,
It's
from the man
That's
is
the
brought
point.
forth from a
And you've taken
fluid
this and, like, turned it
spurting
into, like-
from between the loins and the rib cage or something. Or
Yeah,
the
it's
No,
rib
between
cage or
the
something.
spine and the
Is it
rib
supposed to say
cage.
Is it supposed to say testicles? Or like, would that even be appropriate in a book? Would God put that in a book?
No, the spine and the rib cage, it's definitely not there. That's not where the spurting fluid comes from.
Yeah, and let
It
me
could
make
have said,
sure.
like, above the above the tailbone or something, or
Right,
wherever
and
the prostate is.
Yeah.
I really want to stem off a nonsense conversation that's about to happen. Ian said that the Quran stated that the prostate was between the backbone and the rib cage. He was being facetious because in modern medicine, we know that that is where semen comes from. It comes from your prostate. Yeah. He's not saying that the Quran is literally stating that the prostate is in the Quran. They had no idea what a prostate is. He's saying that in Quran 86, 6, and 7, it says something about where sperm comes from that is not true. Do you understand the crux of the argument?
No, it doesn't say something that's not true. It's saying that it comes from within the human. It's not going to say between the legs. Like what it's
Why not?
The Quran speaks first of all. Have you actually heard the Quran? The Quran is literally a song from beginning to end. Like it's
what an irrelevant bit of nonsense.
It rhymes from beginning to end. Wait.
Who cares?
No one cares.
Answer the argument.
It's not a medical book, mate. Like what? How do you don't understand
then
that?
why do they make
Why
medical
did you hold on?
claims?
Hold on. Is it a science book? Is it a science
ridiculous.
book, Moon? Is it a science book?
What?
Is it a science
Sorry?
book?
No,
Is
it's
the
not
Quran a
it's
science
not-
book?
the
Okay, then
Quran
why
is
did you
not
bring
a
up the Big Bang?
Because it refers to the Big Bang. Because so God's going to say where he created things.
So
Find me
which
another book.
science
Hang on,
claims
find me
are you
another-
willing to
before you
accept
even-
and which ones are
before-
on
wait,
face
wait.
wrong?
1400 years ago.
I think if we don't mute him, he'll just endlessly yap over top of all the questions.
Yeah.
Can you get that out again? Because I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I think what I was just wondering, and I think maybe what the audience is wondering, is like for any given verse, how do we know whether or not it was meant to be taken like literally and scientifically, or whether or not it was like pure metaphor? Because of course the Quran it's not a science book, so I'm just not sure how we draw the distinction. I would imagine
Exactly.
it's like a
It's not a science
vibes-based
book.
distinction.
Exactly. It's not a science. We never claims to be a science book, but it has things about it like God's creation of the universe. Like I said, he said that the earth was one, and says the universe was one, and we cleft it asunder, and we spread it, and we continue to spread it. That's a verse in the Quran.
It doesn't say that.
Today that there was a Big Bang. Yes, it does. I'll read
No,
the
it
verse,
doesn't.
So don't freaking make
It doesn't say we
I'll read the
continue
word.
to spread it.
Yes, it does. We continue to expand the universe. Yes. Yes,
Give
it does.
me
We
the
continue to
passage.
expand it,
I'd
and we
love
will
to-
return it back.
I'd love to be
And we will
wrong.
return it back.
I'd love to be wrong. Give me the
No, you are
passage.
wrong. You are wrong.
Give me the
You are wrong.
passage.
It's literally, I'll find your verse. Give me a second. I gotta look it up because I don't have.
Yeah,
the
wait.
mind-
So
memory.
just to point out, I think it's like noteworthy, right, that we're appealing to the scientific claims when the verses can be construed as like referring to a piece of science. Like in this instance, it's like definitely making scientific claims, and then when it gets the scientific claims flat wrong, suddenly it's no longer a science book.
Wait. Let me read the exact verse to you because I know. But by the way, this is my point that I was trying to make. There was the Quran, which is the revelation to do with religion, to do with the God and all this, and then there was the actual science, which was taught to the people surrounding the actual people. Because
Well,
for example,
you said it's not a
Islam,
science book.
No, oh my God! Stop trying to like these ridiculous soundbite catches. If you want to have a conversation, can you please be at least more like decent than this? I never
So,
did I
are you
say
referring
here is the
to,
science book. I said
sorry,
that the
are you referring
science
to-
came from this religion. I said
Are you
science
saying
algebra
47
came from
verse
this religion.
57?
Hang on, let me find it. 1 second. I can't because I keep getting interrupted by you guys, and you guys are
think
saying
it's-
things I didn't say. 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Sorry, I think it's 51 verse 47.
As it turns out, we've got an Arabic speaker who's a friend of ours that knows a little bit something about the verse that you can't find.
I'm looking. Can you stop like being so like ridiculous? I didn't say I can't find it like as if I'm struggling to find it. I don't remember. The Quran is a freaking 1,000 page book. How am I gonna remember every verse?
I don't know. My Bible's
You
got a
remember
lot of
you
pages,
remember-
and I'm pretty certain where most of the important stuff are.
Okay. Well. Anyway.
How many pages are in the
first of
Bible?
all,
Hold on. I don't even have. I've got 2,000 pages in my Bible.
Okay, wait. So I guess maybe we can just get to the heart of the issue really quickly. Do the accuracy of the scientific claims that the Quran make give it credence for us to believe that it's true? Should we take the accuracy of the claims made by the Quran as evidence that it's true?
I think he's praying to Allah for the verse.
How rude are you, honestly? What are you so rude for? That's ridiculous. I'm looking up the
Okay,
verse
I
because
told
don't
you
know
the
it by
verse
heart.
number. It's 51 verse 47. That's the one you're looking
There's actually no. Hang on. There's a few verses that talk about this specific thing, so you're not right
The
about that. This is what I'm
specific
talking about.
ex-
You want to
we are
be, you want to
certainly
speak about the
expanding
Quran. You
it,
haven't even
that's
read it, like for
that
God's
verse.
sakes.
I want to talk
look,
about the
this is
verse
the-
where it says you can
21
divorce
thirty.
children.
And the heaven and the earth was joined together, and we hang on 21:30, and the heavens and earth was joined together, and we entwined it, and we separated, and we spread it out. Wait, 21:30. So there you go. That's one of the verses talking.
You
about
said
that.
it. You said that it said we continue to spread it out.
There is another verse about that. They're not like I said. As you, if you've been
Listen,
listening to my
wait.
con-
It doesn't say that
if
in
you've
the
been
verse.
listening-
It
if
doesn't
you're
say
listening
that.
to my convers-
It
if you're
doesn't say
listening to
that.
Go ahead, Em.
It simply doesn't say that. It says كانوا رتقا ففتقناهما. It says that they were on top of each other and then we separated them.
even putting in there.
And the verse that you're talking about the expansion of the universe, it is in the
Wow.
past tense.
So this is what you guys are.
Say that again, Em.
It's in the past tense.
It's in
I
the
said
past
it is
tense.
in the past tense. The one that he talks about the expansion of the universe, the one that he brought up, he added the point about expansion. It doesn't say that. It says they were layered on top of each other and then they were spread out.
I think we're missing very. You guys, like you pretend to be intellectuals, intelligent people, but this is you. This is what you come down to: making fun of people. You don't want to have a normal conversation because in reality, when you hear these type of stuff, it makes you worried because you're like,
A
what if
whirlwind of insults. Good argument, buddy.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I have your position correct. So you're a fundamentally bad faith debater, incapable of engaging in a dialectic. I just want to make sure I'm steel manning your argument. So you're a foundational lobotomite who doesn't know anything about any like what the fuck are you talking about?
If this was a neutral stage where people can speak freely,
It's
and
not
you
a
are
neutral
controlling the
stage.
this would be a different conversation. No, it's not a neutral. You're cutting me off.
It's
you're
not
muting me,
intended
you're
to
saying
be.
things. You don't allow me. You don't even allow me to make my point from which I came on here. to make a
Why
point.
do so many Muslims crash out in debates? And why do you
Because
guys
they're used
think
to
it's
it.
okay to?
You're
They're used to it. I
listen,
know,
you're-
right?
Yeah.
Four of you
And by the
are
way,
ganging up on. Four of you ganging up. You got a bot on there. Four of you are
yeah,
ganging up on.
talking more,
Not allowing
talking
me
more.
to speak.
Why?
This is not.
You
a
can
neutral
make your
platform.
argument.
This is not a neutral
Just make
fair
your
platform.
argument.
It's
You
Why
keep
do,
crying, just make your argument.
Why do primarily Muslim countries think that it's okay to marry children?
No, it's not okay. That's not true.
Okay.
That is literally okay.
Am I married to a child? Is my mother married to a child? Is my father married to a child? Is my
hope not.
auntie married to a child? Find
Hope
find a
not.
Muslim that's married to a child. Go look around.
I've seen many. I've seen many.
Don't speak
Again,
nonsense.
I've seen
Pedophilia
many.
exists within Christianity. That's
I've seen many in real
Okay,
life. I've seen many.
So this is nonsense.
I've seen many in real life.
What an immature. What I
Can 6-year-olds consent? We want to know.
I joined. I thought I was joining
actually, she was
intellectual
9.
conversation here. I thought I was having a normal intellectual with smart people because you guys pretend to be, and this is what you come to stoop down to. I mean, honestly, it's embarrassing.
Yeah,
You
for
lost.
you we
You
have
lost.
to stoop.
You don't
Yeah,
allow
that's
me to
true.
speak. You don't allow me to speak. You interrupt me constantly. You don't allow me to answer any questions.
Look,
Four of you
I
ganging
will
up on me.
I will offer
You
you an
don't even-
olive branch. The trouble is you haven't made an argument yet.
Yeah.
You've been avoiding making an argument entirely.
First of all, stop muting me. Second of all,
we asked was for an argument, and you just never actually offered one. An argument, evidence, or
you've muted me every single.
That's good timing.
Keep muting me. Stop muting me. Why? Every time I start speaking, question that's not even about the topic.
Are you done crashing out, or did you want to have an adult conversation?
Stop! No. I start conversation and stop muting. Why do you keep?
Do you think maybe you're the reason? You think maybe you're?
What? You want me to hang on?
You think maybe you're the reason you're getting muted?
No, you're the reason. You're muting me every time I try to speak, so you can get me to leave. This is you keep muting me, so then I leave and they say, "Oh, he ran away." No,
we want you to stay. We want you to keep crashing out. This is literally great for.
Every time I try to talk,
literally great for the viewers. They love watching people come and crash out.
They see hypothetical arguments.
Let's give him 30 seconds to make an argument. Okay.
No,
All right. Well, we're going to give you 30 seconds to make whatever argument you want. And guess what? I won't interrupt you. Blitz won't interrupt you. Ian won't interrupt you. You can say anything you want, and then we'll wait till you're done, okay? Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's calm down because, right now this thing, I came here to have a normal conversation. I came to have an intellectual conversation. I came here
Wait, is this the argument?
Smart people.
Stop interrupting him, Justin. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Justin, you bad faith debater.
Listen, this is supposed to be the argument, not the complaint time. We want you to lay down an actual argument, okay? Can you do that?
All right, so we'll give you 30 seconds.
But you keep saying
Justin,
you got 30 seconds. You're muting me. You interrupted me. Still, what game are you playing?
Well,
you have 30 seconds, and Justin's gonna mute.
We're asking you to lay down an argument. We're not asking you to complain.
The argument is
if
that
he
you
wants
guys
to
are
use
weak
his
to
argument time to complain, he can.
You don't allow me to speak. You haven't given me a neutral platform to speak from.
You have you have the time to speak now. Just speak.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, keep interrupting me. Okay, so I get it. You can't. You know the reality is you're gonna answer.
I don't think he actually wants to provide an argument. All right, Moon, can you provide us an argument, yes or no?
Stop muting.
Moon, we're asking you to provide the argument. We want you to talk. We're hoping you talk, but what we want you to do when you talk is to provide an argument.
Yeah, like talking without the ad homs would be great. Like if you
actually quite a weak thing.
If it didn't start with like just a whirlwind of ad homs, then we would let you go. Like
the Quran has proven the Big Bang. It's proven the universe gets expanded. It's proven many of the sciences. Algebra was literally taught in the first university provided by the grandson of Prophet Muhammad, which is Jafar Sadiq. Chemistry was also, and the reason is, by the way, the reason these sciences existed and came to the Arabs was because, as you know, Islam is very strict laws. You can't, for example, drink alcohol. You can't touch swine. You can't touch a wet dog because it's considered ritually impure. And there's rules. For example, water can't be mixed with water that's used for cleaning yourself. Muhammad said, eat with your right hand. Wash yourself with your left when you're using the bathroom. He said, for example, do not let the clothes at the bottom of your feet touch the floor because when you go to the bathroom, you might pick up bacteria or you might pick up what you call shayateen, which would make you ritually impure, which would make your prayer not accepted because you're coming to God impure. So he's teaching people about bacteria 1400 years ago, before bacteria even was existed. If you see like people
the Jews already had those regulations.
Wait. If you see people like Habib Nurmagomedov, you see he's got shaven mustache.
Habibti, did you hear me?
If you see people like Habib Nurmagomedov, he's got the...
Habibti, did you hear the words out of my mouth? I said the Jews already had those regulations in place before the Quran.
And the thing is, Demon, the thing is, Justin.
From that, did they create alkalines and did they create all these various...
Yeah, just a second, Justin. When he was talking about bacteria, he mentioned the Arabic word for demons in Arabic.
Yeah, they thought it was from unclean spirits, just like the Jewish people did.
No, shayateen in Quran, God calls humans shayateen as well. Doesn't mean that demons become.
I know.
It means someone who's
shayateen are the evil spirits.
Wait, again, if you don't know the Arabic, don't try to.
I know the Arabic. That's literally my language.
Shayateen. The name of
That's literally my language. Yeah, Habibi, if you want to have the conversation in Arabic, we can do it. It's my language.
If you want to speak to the actual, his name is Iblis in the Quran. That's what his name, devil.
Iblis is Satan himself.
You actually read the
Shayateen
Quran.
is different. I have.
Okay, I can see that atheism is a pretty like weak thing. You keep cutting me off, muting me, not allowing me to speak. You can answer my questions. You can't actually define
Why
chemistry.
did you? Yeah.
Chemistry? Jabir ibn al-Hayyan, who was a student of Jafar Sadiq, which was the grandson of Prophet
Nobody
Muhammad, who inherited
cares.
Prophet Muhammad's knowledge.
Nobody cares.
doesn't
There were tons of scientific
established-
achievements by the Chinese, by the Europeans.
No, hang on,
Unfortunately,
hang on.
not
It's
as
not
much by the
achievement.
Africans, but there were still several.
The question I'm trying to figure out is if they were so scientifically advanced, how come they thought that you needed two women to act as witnesses for one man because somehow they lack the mental capabilities to provide witnessing?
Where does it say that? Go quote the actual. Are you talking about
It's in
hadith?
It's
Hadith
in
came 220
It's in
years.
Baqarah. It's in
Hadith came-
Baqarah.
listen, hadith
It's in
came
Baqarah.
220 years
It's in
after
Surah Al-Baqarah.
Yep,
It's
I'll
in
read
chapter
it.
2 of the Quran.
Yep, it's in chapter 2. It says, if there are not two men available, then a man and two women, such as you agree for witnesses, so that if one of them, two women, errs, the other can remind her. So two women are required to act as one witness equal to a man.
Okay, you may explain that very easily for you. It's such an easy thing, and it's ridiculous.
You just denied it. You just denied its
Can you explain it? Stop
existence.
cutting me off, please. Can I speak? Or is this what it's going to be
Calm
like every
down.
time I try to answer?
Just take a
First
deep
of all,
breath.
in the Islamic society at the time, before Prophet Muhammad, the Arabs used to bury their daughters. So these new rules came into, right, as protecting women. So hence women wore the hijab. Women were not like partaking like around,
Wait, the hijab
town
is
areas.
protecting them? From what?
Yes. So that people are not gazing at just naked bodies and getting sexually aroused. It's very straightforward, okay? And this is their choice. The Quran
No,
doesn't say
no.
wear, like,
You said
hijab
it's
when you-
protecting
The
women.
Quran doesn't say wear a hijab when you...
How is the hijab protecting the woman? That's what I want to know.
The hijab you're thinking of is the one on their head, right?
I'm asking, how is it
Hijab-
protecting the woman?
In the Quran, the hijab is to cover just the bottom.
We'll try this again. I'm not asking what the hijab does. I'm asking, how does the hijab protect the woman, and what is it protecting her from?
The people before Prophet Muhammad's time used to walk around naked around the Kaaba. There was a nudity. There was a paganistic nudity.
Okay, so it protects them from the perverted men, right?
Both the women and women had pagan beliefs prior to Islam.
It's wild how he can't answer a single question. You're the one up here crying about good faith debates. I asked you a simple question. How is it protecting them, and was it protecting them from?
I just explained it to you. They were walking around naked prior to that. Hijab covered the body, not the hair. You're thinking of the hair, the thing that you see.
I am
Hijab
not at
doesn't
all.
mean the hair.
I didn't say.
Yes, you are.
I didn't say
Find the verse in
one.
the Quran that says cover your-
I didn't say one thing about what kind of hijab. I'm asking you, how does the hijab protect the woman? I'm not asking you whether or not they were naked without a hijab. I'm not asking you about their customs. I'm asking, what about the hijab acts as a protectant from the woman, and what are they being protected from?
Okay, if you please stop muting me and cutting me off, I will answer the question. Prior to Prophet Muhammad, the people that converted to Islam, for example, pagans converted to Islam, they didn't actually believe in the religion. They did it because it became a government. So they didn't actually follow the rules and laws. So there were still people out there who didn't believe in Islam, for example, during the Arabs' times, and who had practices where they didn't believe women had rights and they can just take them and do with them what they will, right? So this is the way for women to protect themselves from disbelievers. And there was Christians, there was Jews, there was all sorts of people living around.
We'll try this again. My question is, what are they being protected from? What is the thing that the hijab is protecting them from?
So they're not walking around naked and some person in the wild can just grab.
I don't think he's actually capable of engaging with questions.
Well, wait, okay, because can't they just do that even with the hijab? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, as it turned out, just putting a pair of pants on offers the same level of protection. If you're only being protected from the possibility of being naked, then a pair of pants will give you the same thing. So are you okay with women wearing pants?
Welcome to today's century, 21st century, where people are common to wearing clothes. In the past, people didn't. Well done to you.
Are you okay with women wearing pants?
There was no rules and
Do
laws
you
in the
think that
desert.
Muslims invented clothes?
Apparently that seems to be the case. Are you okay with women wearing pants, yes or no?
Listen, stop with these like facetious points. If you want to have
It's not facetious. We don't know what you believe. Do you think it's okay for women to wear pants?
Even if people wearing clothes,
It's a yes or no. Are you okay with women wearing pants? Yes
Dude is allergic to
or
yes or
no?
questions.
Okay.
women can wear whatever they want. Even they can be naked if they like. That's I don't care what they do. That's not my point here.
Okay.
The point was the religion was the definition of the point of the way that the government was going to work and what rules to follow. And there was people walking around naked around the Kaaba before the Prophet, and even during when Islam advented. So
Nobody
these
cares.
rules were like,
Nobody cares. You said it 5 times already.
You don't care because you're wrong, man. You lost this argument. Now you don't know what to say. Okay,
Actually, you don't even know what the
Local
argument
man who's
was.
definitely winning the
You
argument
lost.
feels the need to
lost.
claim that
You
he's
asked
winning the
why.
argument.
When
I
I
have a question for the
when I
guest, though.
answer the question, you
Go ahead, Em.
Yeah, I have a question for the guest. Yeah. So he's saying that the hijab is to protect the women. But does he
Oh,
realize that slave women
he
in Islamic
dropped.
society, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
He's
But I'm
terrified of
just going to say
M.
it anyways.
Go ahead.
Islamic women in their society, the slaves were not allowed to wear anything up above the belly button. So they had to wear between the belly button to their knees. And they used to pray to God, Allah, just with their tits out, literally. And when the friend of the Prophet and
Nice.
his father-in-law saw that one of the slave women was wearing a veil, he beat her with a rod and said, "Are you going to imitate the free woman?"
I mean, big W for tits out. I mean, that's the right way to pray if there ever was one.
Yeah. And also
Finally, a
the
religion
argument
worth
about
following.
the argument about algebra and chemistry. The scholar is actually called Al-Khwarizmi, the guy that made algebra, a apostate and an atheist who should be unalived.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's like pretty in line with what I would expect. I also think it's like just on face like a really bad argument. Like, look at this cool thing we did, and we followed this religion. I guess that means the religion is true.
Right.
What? Why?
Yeah.
Em, thanks for coming up, bud. We're gonna get our next guest in here.
Of course,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks, buddy. Big W for M's. Let me grab a couple super chats, and I think Otangelo was next, right?
I think we wanted to bring up Christos because
yeah,
was the guy who asked us to come up next.
and his phone battery's dying too. Marilyn, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'll worship you real good if you admit that you're God. Just think about it. I'll pray about it. I'll let you know if I get an answer. Thank you for the super chat. And Judas, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, it seems all the guest has is tears and complaints. And I do agree. That's what it sounded like to me. And Judas says, let M cook. Well, if the guest was rational, M probably could have cooked him, but he wasn't actually rational, wasn't capable of having a conversation. But El Karaki, thank you for the $5 super chat. El Karaki says he was cooked. And again, he says, appreciate the hard work, guys. Keep up the cooking. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And Cyber, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, why do Muslims always turn to ad hominems once they start getting their ankles wrecked? This guy was a crash out Caleb and a complete dancing Daniel. Big W. And Law 527, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says M is so based. Oh, he is based. M is definitely based. He's the Muslim apologist final boss. All right, let me get Christos in here.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello.
Welcome in, Christos.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, hello.
Yep. Hello.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to address Ian.
Hey, I know you. Aren't you like the one like Christian who seems like red? We've been on panels together, haven't we? Yeah, that's chill. I like this guy.
Yeah. Oh, I think I was So I just wanted to come on because of your conception of the divine ideas, the abstract forms. Yeah, sorry, I've been here so long, I kind of forgot what your concerns were with it.
Sure. Wait. So do you hold to divine conceptualism?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Which specific abstract objects do you believe are divine concepts?
I'd say I would just hold to the traditional idea of the logoi, things like the communicable attributes. So things like the individuation of goods and reality. So things like love or like certain concepts like you said, one, I think could work too.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, so you're gonna run into a couple of problems. So do you hold that properties are divine concepts?
Oh yeah.
Okay, and do you take it that God has caused his thoughts?
Do I take it that God has caused his thoughts?
Yeah. That there's a causal relation between this?
So I guess like when we're talking about God's thoughts, I'd say that like they all like occur. Like I'm sure you've heard this before, but like they all occur all at once without any real
Yeah.
potentiality. So like
Yeah.
there's no like real like accidental causal chain between them, but like I guess they all like subsist in themselves as at like in the same way that the divine essence does. So like
So
like just with
they're
like
acausal.
yeah, I guess.
Okay. I think this runs into problems with Christian doctrine. Are you of the opinion that God was free to create or not create?
I'm of the opinion that yeah, God was free to create or not create.
Okay.
Or like
So
yeah,
was he free to create or not create like these divine concepts?
I see like I think the more proper way to put it would be like for like Christians we always like to avoid like necessitarianism. So
Yeah.
like we would say that like God doesn't need to create it gives nothing to his nature and it doesn't take anything away from his nature whether or not that he does. However, like just because he's a creative being, it was essentially inevitable that he would. Like so it's like it's inevitable but it's not necessary. Is like what the
Sure.
answer would
Was there like a specific I know time words get messy, but is there like a moment in like the chain of causation? Was there like a link in like the chain of causation where God makes the decision to create?
I guess like in crude terms, yeah, we could just say that, yeah.
Okay. So then we run into a problem if we hold like properties, for example, to be divine concepts, because so we would be presupposing that God has the property of being able to create properties before he creates any properties.
Yeah.
So then it seems like there's
Um,
just kind of like a bootstrapping problem.
yeah. So like my like the way I put it is that how do I say it? So yeah, all these like properties, like especially under like divine simplicity, since I'm a Thomist, like all these properties, like
Ugh.
No,
okay,
Sorry
bad.
about that.
all right, okay, all right, yeah. I guess like even in like Catholicism, like there's this like joke about like the Thomist who like worships Aquinas, and it's a funny thing, but yeah,
That's funny.
uh, so like all of these properties they have a seeming like they have a virtual distinction in like reality just due to like the finite nature of like creation because like creation will always be imperfect because if it were perfect then it would be synonymous with God and God cannot create like God.
Sure.
So creation will always be imperfect and like
Wait,
the classifications and individuation.
can I ask for
Yeah.
clarification on that? Because I don't know if
Okay,
we're
yeah,
operating
so
with the same definition of perfect. Like when you say that creation is perfect, I take perfect as being like a property of something. Like to say that something is perfect, I don't think makes it a god. A god is altogether a different thing.
okay, yeah. So like how do I put it? So God is like perfectly good. Like he has infinite goodness and like he is like he's being itself, and therefore goodness becomes synonymous with being. However, like because created things are finite and they will never be able to in and of themselves be able to contain all of God's, like infinite goodness or like all that can be received from God. God therefore creates like or assigns certain natures by which like yeah, according to their nature they can be perfectly loved. But however, they don't have all the goodness that could be assigned to it. So like for example, think of like a rock. Like a rock doesn't a rock can't have the goodness of contemplating things. But like that doesn't necessarily mean that there's like something wrong with the rock itself. It's a very good rock, but like
By the way,
it
I do
just
have a
doesn't.
question. I'll let you
Yeah,
finish your
yeah,
thought, and then I have a question. But it's just about something you said
yeah.
earlier.
So yeah, it's a very good rock. It's just like due to the finitude of its nature. But like yeah, it's only good according to its nature because like these things are due to its nature. Like I don't know if that makes a lot of sense.
I kind of I think I get like the notion that's being like got at, which is that Like God has like a specific, like he wants like this rock for a specific reason. So, and his reason is perfect, and like the rock's place, like even though the rock itself is not perfect, it fits into like his plan, which is
Yeah. That's a fine way of putting it. What was Blitz's question?
Yeah,
I mean, so, yeah.
you said that God's creations cannot be infinite, correct?
Yeah. I say like they just can't be infinite in that like they can't completely contain all of God's like goodness in one created thing.
Okay, but you think that like actual infinites are possible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
based.
I just want
Giga
clarification on that.
Yeah, based in anti Craig
Anti-Kalam pill or
Yeah.
something.
Okay, wait. So
I don't
I
really
guess
like
here's
Kalam.
a question that I have for the divine conceptualist. What are God's thoughts about?
Oh, God's thought. Oh, yeah. So God's thoughts are ultimately, and they're completely all about Himself. Like, okay, like that's. Okay, I guess that, like, in a way, that sounds funny, but it's like, so, so Saint Maximus the Confessor asked the question, like, okay, so if God has.
Did we just lose him?
No, fuck. I'll never know what Saint Maximus the Confessor said.
Silenced
Fuck.
by God.
Wait, no, wait,
Oh wait, are you
no.
back? Are you back?
Wait, he's back.
Yeah, sorry, I accidentally.
He rose from the dead after 3 days.
Saint
All right,
Maximus the
so
Confessor. Yeah.
So like Saint Maximus, he therefore posited that God's thoughts are all about himself. In that like all created things like they derive their being, like all things that are being, they like because God is being, and all created things participate in being. It's therefore just God thinking about himself. However, according to the divine ideas or the logoi, like that's just what we call like the abstract forms of the Christian tradition. Like
Sure.
he, by thinking about himself, wills certain things in creation according to the natures that I was just referring to. So like it's not like God is like thinking about like different, like just all these different things that are apart from himself. However, but like by thinking about himself in his own goodness and in his own being, and therefore willing this goodness and being according to these natures, like the nature of a tree or the nature of an egg, like therefore this is the way that he perceives reality, and like it's the best way that God could possibly think about other things.
Okay. Is God identical to being?
Yeah.
Okay. Does being have different, like, are there different parts of being?
Are there? No, not exactly. No, I mean
So
like there are virtual differences in being, but not like actual. Yeah.
I feel like, okay, maybe I just don't understand you well enough. Um, but to me, like the absurdity that this seems like it would reach is that if God is identical to being and there aren't like different parts of being, then we would say that like the egg is the same as like the rock.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like this is yeah. This I'm actually very glad that you brought it. Like this is like I think aside from the question of why isn't evil a privation of goodness, or like why isn't goodness a privation of, like this is like one of the questions that we usually think about when we first start learning about like divine simplicity and everything. So yeah, like when we talk about like divine simplicity and all, like the question that usually gets raised is, okay, so like how could say omnipotence be identical with like God's what do you call it, omnibenevolence and whatnot? So
Sure,
the
yeah.
idea basically is that they are like the same in substance. However, again, because of like what I mentioned about like God's finitude in creation, uh, because of what I mentioned about God's finitude in creation, these things seem like these things therefore become virtually different. Like according to like these like things that that humans think. So, okay, actually, I think a better way to put it would be like, imagine a husband who really loves his wife, and really, the husband will never be able to like completely communicate to his wife how much he loves her.
Yeah.
However, like by buying her gifts, and like one day he might buy her a flower, the other day he might buy her a chocolate. These things communicate in like our expressions of his love, but like they're finite expressions. Like the chocolate, the act of giving his wife that box of chocolates, it's never gonna really encapsulate all that he feels for her. And it can like he can only ever better convey his own internal love by like doing more things, like buying her more things and more things and more things. You
Okay,
know,
wait. So, okay, I get what's being gestured at, but okay. So is God identical to omnibenevolence?
oh yeah, yeah.
And he's identical to omnipotence. So you hold that omnipotence is omnibenevolence.
No, I'd hold it like they're of the same substance.
What does that mean?
Substance is just like, yeah, it's just like what a thing is, like what it's kind of like composed of.
What is omnibenevolence composed of?
It's just like ultimately all things are just composed of the goodness of God.
And the
But
goodness
like,
of God is composed of omnibenevolence, though, or is it not?
man, I'm really thinking of a good way to put it. Okay, so we perceive these like differences in the divine nature, like omnipotence and omnibenevolence, like according to like the finite expression of God's goodness in reality, because reality will always be finite and imperfect, because if it were, then it would be God. So God, wanting to more perfectly like display his goodness throughout creation, he allows these distinctions and individuations and classifications of his like divine essence to arise, for the sake that like created beings like us might be able to see it or understand it and contemplate it in a better way. Like
Okay.
this, I don't know if that makes sense.
I hate to hit you with like the incredulous stare, but
Yeah, it's fine.
yeah, I think it's okay. Maybe there's like a piece of knowledge that I'm lacking, but this isn't like clicking in my head. I do have like more questions about it to maybe get to the foundation of it. So
Yeah,
if omnibenevolence is the same substance as like omnipotence and I don't know, like perfection or whatever, then what makes them different?
yeah. So it's the virtual distinction that approaches in reality. It's like these virtual distinctions that we see. Oh yeah. So like, by the way, when I say like virtual distinctions, I'm saying like they only seem distinct to us, but like in reality, like in and of themselves, they aren't. Like that's just what I mean when I say that. Uh, so yeah. These like what makes them seem different is like I said, like God, like, because we are finite, like our minds are finite. God, how do I put it? Like he hmm, he projects his goodness into finite, into ways that we can understand, like into finite ways that we can understand. However, he does this like basically he does this a lot so that we can better understand and like contemplate his essence and like the good things about him.
I guess
So
this
like
doesn't make sense
if you
to
don't
me.
understand it, yeah, sorry,
So
it's not your fault. I'm just like
no,
very bad at conveying
no,
things.
this is gosh, this is like the barrier that I run in. I think what really needs to happen is that I need to sit down and actually read like Thomas Aquinas and do like the deep dive into like the terminology to get it. But I feel like every time I talk to a Thomist, it's hard for me to like discern whether or not there's something there because the jargon is like so extensive.
That's
Yeah,
why
it's like
Thomism makes me want to vom.
yeah, Yeah.
Feels. Do you
It's
know?
like
Do you know Lacanian psychoanalysis? Have you heard of like Lacan?
nah. Sadly, I have not.
Damn. So there's this guy named Lacan. He's like a French psychoanalyst, and it reminds me a lot of this. Like it's like super jargon heavy to the point where parts of it become like really hard to understand. I don't
Yeah.
know. Reminds me a little bit of Thomism. I want to understand what you're saying though. But
Yeah.
maybe I can go read Aquinas and then we can have this conversation again.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to understand like things like the abstract forms in Christian in the Christian theological tradition, like I just recommend like reading the things written by Saint Maximus the Confessor. Like he loves it, and like that. Yeah, that's where we get most of our ideas from. And
Okay,
like
cool.
again,
Yeah.
like it's just mostly my inability to like convey things properly. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
no, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, it certainly sounds interesting. It just seems like there's some things that are unclear about it. But
yeah.
other than that, do you have anything else?
Uh, I guess like. Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess we can like start talking about the existence of God.
Fuck
I don't
yeah.
usually, I don't usually debate the existence of God with atheists, but I'm bored and I have time, so.
Yeah, valid. Yeah. So what do you think like the best piece of evidence or argument or like whatever is for God's existence?
And if you say anything about
Well,
potential actuality, I'm gonna cry.
well, everybody, this is gonna come as a bit of a surprise here, but obviously, I would personally, I would hold to the five ways of Aquinas. Yes, I know, Blitz. I'm sorry. But yeah,
I'm gonna
I
cry.
think of them as yeah. Like I think that they're like the five ways of Aquinas. Like they shouldn't be like divided into like individual arguments because I don't. That's not how Aquinas really wanted them to be seen.
Hmm.
Like they all work as one like big
Yeah.
argument.
Yeah,
And
of
like
course they
yeah,
are the same substance, which of course is God's goodness. So, no, I'm kidding.
yeah,
Okay, wait. So, my problem with all of these is just going to be like an eternal universe. Do you
yeah.
have reductios to like the eternal universe? Do you want the argument for like the impossibility of creation or?
Oh yeah. Sure. Let's start with the impossibility of creation.
Sure. Okay. So I take time as being the progression of existence. So we have like specific states of reality. Certain things exist in certain positions with certain properties. And time is like the progression from one of these states into the next. Do you agree with like this description of time?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And do you agree that like absent time, we wouldn't be able to progress from one state of existence to the next?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So there was like something in like the chain of like causation where time didn't exist, and God created time. So I guess my issue, the reason why I think creation is impossible, is because God would need to progress to a different state of existence when it's not like the thing that allows you to progress to a new state of existence doesn't exist.
Yeah. So I guess the way I put it is like this kind of fits into the question I usually hear. It's like, okay, well, if God is outside of time, then how does he interact with time, or like or like something like that. And basically,
I
it's the
don't think so. I don't think God being outside of time changes anything about this.
oh yeah, no, I know that's not really what I'm going to argue
Okay,
from,
yeah, go for it.
but
Yeah.
basically, so okay, so the way I guess Augustine, man, okay, yeah, so the way I put it is that I think yeah, I think we've all heard like God experiences all of time like as one instantaneous moment,
Sure.
and that yeah, so God experiences all of time as one instantaneous moment all at once. And so like when God creates time, it's like he was always going to create time. Like even though it doesn't take away from the from like even though it doesn't add or subtract anything from the divine essence, like it was always going. It was like I said, it was unnecessary but inevitable. So like I guess this is just how God like creates time. So like his act of creation is synonymous with his act of creation is synonymous with his existence, just like being is synonymous with his existence. And so like that's what we would say about that.
Okay, wait. So
So
is God
he
always
doesn't like
creating time?
mm, mm, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say so. I mean, I guess like you could say like he's like from his act of creation all the way till now he's creating time. He's upholding time, I guess.
Okay, wait.
But
So
like
then I think we have an issue here. Do you agree that
yeah, sure.
so God is God currently willing time? So God is not currently willing time into existence right now? Because I think my
Mm,
problem comes that God would have to have contradictory wills. That if you are sustaining time, then you are necessarily not willing it into existence currently. But then also, if he's unchanging and timeless, then he would also be constantly willing it into existence, if that makes sense. So he's both willing it into existence and not willing it into existence.
yeah. So it's like this. I think I think it partially goes back to like your statement that time is like from one state of existence like to another or like some approximate of that. So
Mhm.
yeah, like ultimately, like when God does all these things, when He does like all of these acts of God, which He like does, um, like, they are always a part of the divine essence, and like they will always inevitably be a part of His divine essence. So like his state or his existence isn't changing because because these things which he does in time or outside of time or however you want to put it, they are always they are always part of him. His existence is synonymous with these things that he does.
Was there a state of God where he willed time into existence? Excuse me. Was there a state of God where he willed time into existence?
Yeah.
Okay. Is God still in that state where he willed time into existence? Is God currently right now willing time into existence?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. I take that as a reductio on the view insofar as time is not currently being willed into existence.
Insofar as time. Sorry,
Because
could you
so
expound on that?
if God's like creating time, like time already exists. It's not right now, right this moment, time is not being created. It already exists. And I don't know, I'll take the existentialist inertia view. Uh shout out to Joe Schmidt over at Majesty of Reason. But that so time already willed into existence. That means that he can't currently be willing it into existence because it already exists.
No, yeah. I think this is just yeah, I think this was just a misunderstanding on my part.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Uh, yeah. I guess when I heard you say, oh yeah, is God, still currently willing time into existence? Like, like I guess like what I heard was I guess the idea that all of, like existence is like just like continually dependent on God, and like rather than like his specific act of creation at first. So
This
yeah, I guess that's just
feels this feels like it makes God's freedom an impossibility. Because
how
so
so?
if God is like completely unchanging, if he's still in the same state, and this state, it is determined that he is like going to create things, then it seems like there is no possible world where he doesn't create things, insofar as he's unchanging and his state would, under your worldview, be like necessary.
I mean, so basically, the understanding would be that, like, sure, to some extent, God was always going to create. It's so there's nothing like. Sorry, I think I'm tripping myself.
You're all
You're getting
good.
me.
No, it's good. I don't know.
Oh
It's
yeah,
I think this conversation is fascinating. I'm sure. I hope the viewers feel the same. But
yeah. I hope the viewers aren't like I don't know getting bored or. Oh yeah, but I guess the idea would be that like so God's how do I put it? Okay, so like I guess to better convey what I'm saying. Sorry, I use analogies a lot just because I
No,
think
that's good. That's fine. It helps me understand.
I prefer it over like all the jargon. But
Yeah.
so God's act of creation like it would be like the end of a pencil in like so the end of a pen like the pencil exists all simultaneously in like by observing the end of the pencil it doesn't mean that the end of this pencil somehow it like indicates a change in the pencil itself. However, like the pencil always had the end and it's always going to have the end, but like this doesn't mean that the pencil is like changing states of existence between each portion of it. You know. So like this is what
I
we
think I
mean when we say
get
that
what's
God's.
being gestured at. Just that, like, um, that. How to explain? So, I've heard like similar analogies in response to like a specific set of premises that I run, related to God and whether or not He could create time. So, I
Oh
think I know what's like attempting to be gestured at. That, um, but I don't know. I guess
yeah, it's fine. 100%.
so. Okay. Maybe something that could get to the heart of the question really easily. You think that God was always creating, right?
I think he was always going to create. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. So if he was always going to create, oh sure, but you'd probably wait, so did God go from like going to create to creating?
Mm, I guess like you could say that. Oh, okay. I think like so. I might be wrong with what I'm like saying here, but like I don't know. Like just because like I guess my brain is thinking of it in terms of like acting potential. Like, are you thinking of it as in like
No.
okay, well, okay.
No.
I'm very sorry.
No,
All
you're
right, so like, are you thinking of it in the sense that like there was a time. I think this is something I thought to myself once. There was a time
so
when God like
no go.
would not have yeah, there was a time when God creating every God's act of creation would have like been merely like potential maybe in but like all other all other parts of his like everything else pertaining to existence prior to that was just already actual. So like his act of creation like indicates like a change in existence in that way. Man,
So
I
and
guess
is that
we're
is that a
confusing
change
each
in
other.
God?
Like no, I'd say yeah, like I know. I'd say it's like, again back to my analogy. It's only really a change in God in the same way that like there's a change in the top of the pencil to the end of it. You know?
Okay, so I guess I take it well, I think I probably would say that there how to conceptualize this. So I think the reason why this analogy, maybe like the disanalogy here that would trip me up is the divine simplicity that the pencil is able to do this because it has parts, whereas God, it doesn't really make much sense to say that God is like different at different parts, but it's still like the same God, because God doesn't have parts.
Yeah, that's all very fun. That's all fairly fine. So basically, I think like with divine simplicity. How do I put this? Yeah, so like with divine simplicity and like with the way this all like it connects with each other. Like again, so like when I said that God's act of create God's act of creation might be like wholly simultaneous with his act of like just him being at all. Like this is kind of in the way that God is a creative God is a creative being. So yeah, so like think of like the property of being creative as like different from his act of creation in this sense. However, God most fittingly, like in yeah, when I use the word fitting, I just mean like the best or most efficient way. So yeah, God most fittingly demonstrates this nature through his act of creation. But but obviously because his most fittingly demonstrates it through his act of creation. But yeah,
Okay, so
if
was God creative before he conceptualized the property of creativity?
yeah, I'd say like I'd say the property of creativity. It's it pre-exists in God, kind of in the same way that all the logoi pre-exist in God.
Okay, and so was God free to either cause this property to exist or not exist? Or did it, so it seems
Uh,
like it already existed before it was conceptualized.
yeah, like I mean, it like okay, so it already existed before it was conceptualized in the way that like think of think of God like looking in a mirror. In that mirror refracts like the reflection, or I guess the light projected by God into like the rest of creation. Actually, no, I don't think that analogy does justice. But
Wait, so
yeah,
did God
I'd say
create
yeah.
the property of being creative?
Mm, yeah, I'd say yeah. He distinctualizes it like he creates the distinction of it apart from his other attributes.
But the property, like in like the Platonic sense, did the property exist before he created? Like, did God create the Platonic property?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So it existed in God before it existed?
Like it exists in in what it's constituted of. However, God, when he like creates, he wills it. He then wills it like in creation according to its nature, so that so that by this way he can best think about other things aside from himself.
Gotcha. So these properties existed in God's nature before they were
Yeah,
divine concepts.
yeah.
Okay, wait. So, and do you take it that like properties, when something has properties, that it is because they're like instantiating like these Platonic objects, that the Platonic objects are prior to like having the properties?
I'd say like the Platonic concepts like they're only really like prior and ultimately pre-existent in the sense that they are in the sense that like what they're composed of is prior and pre-existent, like eternally, that is like that's how they are prior and pre-consistent. But like their individuation, it precedes the way it's mimicked by matter. So like these things that are willed by God are like exemplary for creation.
Yeah. Okay, wait. So, but are they exemplary for God? Like, do they exemplify God's properties?
No, God is what's exemplary for them.
Okay, wait. So, I guess it seems like it feels like you're not a divine conceptualist at all then.
No, I am. I have to be. But like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to put it. It's like, okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, here's a good way of putting it. So we all or at least most of us in the Christian philosophical tradition
Yeah.
believe that the divine ideas, they all have their being in the logos. The logo have their unity and their oneness from the logos. In some sense, they are identical to the logos in that they are made up of the same simple stuff that the logos is made up of. You know, so God in his act of creation creates these certain like natures by which the logos, that is Christ, um like he takes that stuff which he's made up of, and he man, like the word we usually use for this is like vulgar, but like yeah, like he enlivens it into creation. Like he gives it he gives it the substance of being according to these limited natures which are assigned by the Father.
Okay, wait. So the order goes, so they exist in God's nature, and then he conceptualizes it, and then they're embodied by like finite things?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. And so, and you hold that like one is different than two, right?
Yeah, like they're virtually different.
But substantively the same?
Yeah.
I think that I'm just running up against like a lack of understanding with I guess like the concept of like being virtually different. Like they're identical, but they're like virtually different to me. And I hate to hit you with like the incredulous stare once again, but I guess this just doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like what it means
No,
for
it's
something to be
fine.
like virtually distinct.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, I like you keep on saying that, like, oh no, you're fine. Like, I think a lot of it really does come down to like my way of like conveying these ideas to like people outside of the Thomistic tradition. Like, because I
Hmm.
know there are Thomists who are way better at explaining these things to
Okay.
like like lay people than I am.
Sure, yeah.
Uh,
Do you have
yeah.
I guess what makes something like a virtual distinction? What does that mean?
All right. So like a virtual distinction. So okay, I think maybe like the beatific division would be a good way of describing it. So like we Catholics have this doctrine that when we are in heaven or whatever, uh we will have the beatific vision of God. We will see God undivided as he is, completely everything. It'll all be there. But like but we will never be satisfied by this vision because we are finite creatures, and so we're always going to be growing for eternity in what we find in the beatific vision. So like it's exposed to us all at once, but like we don't completely grasp it, we don't completely comprehend it.
So
So
it
God,
sounds like what you're saying is that like the virtual distinctions themselves are like incomprehensible.
oh no, I'm saying that the virtual distinctions given by God are the best way by which he makes his infinite goodness
So,
comprehensive to
so,
us.
so just to be clear, you did give an example. The hope is that you'll give
Yeah,
like a definition.
yeah. Okay. So, a definition for virtual distinction.
Hmm.
Okay. So, like, I guess let me a virtual like it's like when God in his like like think of like the kenosis of Christ. So, a finite universe can't completely like in of course this I'm referring to finite in the sense I addressed earlier, but like a finite world
That's fine.
can't can't completely contain all the infinite goodness of God in these certain natures. However, in these a finite world can't completely contain the infinite goodness that is privy to God. So God, in order to like help us better comprehend this goodness, gives us these multitude of natures, like which he like pours his goodness into, kind of like a mold, so that we can better like understand it and appreciate it. So like
So
the natures that I'm
that
talking about.
sounded like another
Yeah.
example.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I usually convey things via example.
No, I get that. Yeah, it's just hard for me to grasp. Like, I guess
No, it's
it all
because like
feels very like
no,
amorphous.
it's like no, it's like I should be able to like convey these things, and that's just yeah, that's on my part.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's like, um, I guess it's hard for me to accept something that I'm not
Yeah,
so
it's fine.
sure what is. But I don't know. Like
I think you also yeah.
Yeah, go for it. What are you gonna say?
I think you were also like talking about when we were talking about like things you wanted to speak about. You also mentioned something like eternity of the universe.
Yeah. I mean, there's like the
We
quantum. Oh, that's
we
right. We probably have to
yeah,
end.
we
Yeah.
probably have to end the live soon, so we
Yeah,
can't
we
do a whole
gotta.
other topic.
Yeah, we're
True.
kind of running up
Yeah,
on
we
some
have.
time limit.
No, I
Yeah,
apologize. You should come
sorry.
back next week if you want, and we can talk about
Yeah,
it then.
I'll just drop in like I don't know, maybe if somebody else wants to just quickly drop in.
Yeah. Well, appreciate you coming on. It's always great to talk to you.
Yeah, I mean, he was a nice guy, and that's all we can ask for, right?
It's the Thomists. If you can say one thing about them, it's that they're nice and they don't make any sense.
Let me grab our
That's
last.
two things, but one and two are virtually distinct, not.
Right. Let me grab our last two super chat guys. Flanker again. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says, listening to these Phil Bro guests sounds like well thought out fan fiction, like explaining how the Force works in Star Wars. You're not wrong. For guys like me who don't really study philosophy, that's kind of what it sounds like. And Tim, thank you for the super chat. It says, I'm way too elevated for this conversation. Yeah, I get it. If you've had a little bit of the devil's lettuce, it's going to be hard tracking, even if you haven't had it.
Yeah. I definitely agree. It's like these conversations, especially when it's like as philosophically jargon heavy as that one was. If people didn't get any of that, don't worry about it. It's a difficult jargon heavy topic to broach for that specific worldview.
I'm convinced it's intentionally so.
I don't know if I'd say it's intentionally so, but I do think that there's like this phenomena where in order to gosh, I don't want to just be like a question begging Quentin over here, but I think like a common phenomena when something is wrong, but the person doesn't want to like admit that it's wrong. I'm not saying like the Christos person. I'm saying like Aquinas. When there's like a part of the view that doesn't make sense, but they don't want to give up the view. They want to make it make sense. They just like inject like more and more things into it, and then it just becomes like kind of like unintelligible after you've injected like so much stuff. And maybe if it does make perfect sense, like it's fine. It's just like maybe unfalsifiable.
So what you're telling me is that flat earthers are Thomists?
I think unironically, I think that there is like an overlap in like the techniques that they use, or like in terms of like their philosophy in that sense that they do just inject their worldview with more things.
Until it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or until it's well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, guys, I had a lot of fun. Are you guys working on anything that the audience should know about before we end the stream?
Ian,
when
aren't you working on something?
When are your surveys going up? Are your surveys your essays?
Oh, I'm wondering if I should just abandon the project entirely and come back to debating.
No.
Maybe I may have gotten like blackpilled on it. Maybe I think we might just be like cooked politically, and it's time to double down on the God debate.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I don't know.
Just,
It's I've had a pretty exhausting year so far, given like the executive orders and whatnot. And
you just gotta get that bread somehow. Yeah. So for everybody who's watching, make sure that you are. So if you're watching on TikTok or YouTube, go subscribe to the Unapologetic YouTube account. We're currently only at what 1.8K, and we're getting tens of thousands of views on each live. So y'all should be subscribing. Make sure that you do that.
I think.
Yeah. Also, go ahead.
I'll say both you guys are going to be appearing on some debate live shows coming up in the future, right? For the ACA.
Yeah. I'm trying to. I need to schedule my, my audio equipment. I'll probably try to do that for next Tuesday, which of course won't be like live stream, so that doesn't concern the audience at all. But
for everybody who's watching, or for everybody who's waiting, sorry to keep you guys waiting. I know that you guys wanted to come, so feel free to come back next week, and we'll try to bring you on. That's definitely, or not. Well, I won't be here next week, but